Welcome to the final episode of the HIVE MINDS Podcast in the early access phase of Baldur's Gate 3. And we are so hyped for the 3rd of August. And, well, in the last episode, we talked about how we will, this will not be the last episode because we recorded that episode, the June one day before the big update came out. So this is our updated version right now. The 3rd of August is the new release, which is in like 1.5 weeks. So we are super, super excited. Well, now when we are recording, right? But I am here with my co-hosts, Eliza, Liss, and MizuMing, and we are so hyped.
What are you talking about? I'm very normal about the release of this game.
All right.
I'm so normal right now.
But that said, with final episode for launch, for the full release, we will talk about the future of the podcast a little bit at the end. So if you're interested about that, I can spoiler a little bit. It might not just be the end of the podcast. Just saying. But yes, we are so hype. And not only we are so hype, but for this final episode, we got ourselves some help. We have some, well, not guests in the room right now with us, but we have reached out to various creators of various sizes who might, you might hear some voices who are familiar and maybe some voices you might have never heard. And it's so exciting. It's super exciting to talk to other creators and to talk with other people who love Baldur's Gate and who dedicate a lot of their time to this game. And yeah, we have a big collab for you guys. Whee! And so we wrote 7 questions to all of these creators, and you will hear them answer these questions one by one. Each question is going to be read by one creator, and then everybody in a row will answer them.
Question 1. What are your hopes for Baldur's Gate 3? That's a fantastic question. I think as a game, I just want it to be good. It's a game with an interesting tactical system and lots of replay value. I know that it will be that at the least. And to be honest, that's kind of all I expected to be for me. I love Larian, but I don't think they've made it yet as a CRPG developer, and I have some reservations from playing Baldur's Gate 3 Early Access. Of course, my wildest hopes for the game are that BG3 is so successful that it ushers in an era of AAA CRPG games, big budget games in the genre, kind of like what Avengers did for superhero movies. And it honestly can do that even if it doesn't live up to my expectations for what would crown it as one of the truly greatest games in the genre.
Greetings everyone, I'm Arminel Llewellyn, and I've been invited to be part of this awesome Hive Minds podcast episode to share my thoughts on the upcoming RPG of the decade, Baldur's Gate 3. My main hope is that it lives up to the hype, that it tells an incredible story with a satisfying ending. After watching the final panel from Hell on July 7th, I was blown away by how incredible the game looks. You can see the dedication and the passion that Larian has. For me, Baldur's Gate 3 will be a game I'll be replaying for many years to come.
So my very selfish hope for Baldur's Gate 3 is that it continues to be a really good introduction to the world of Dungeons & Dragons. Before I started playing Baldur's Gate 3 in Early Access, I hadn't played any I still haven't, but I hadn't played any tabletop Dungeons & Dragons. I hadn't really played any Dungeons & Dragons based video games either. Like, I've played Dungeons & Dragons adjacent stuff, like Dragon Age Origins and things like that, but never an explicit, one-to-one conversion, which I know this isn't, but it's pretty close, a conversion of the tabletop game to being a video game. And since Baldur's Gate 3 went into Early Access, I've played, obviously, Baldur's Gate 3, I've played Solasta, It's not the same thing, but I played Wrath of the Righteous, which is a conversion of Pathfinder. So I've definitely started down this route of games based on tabletop games. And I just kind of hope that Baldur's Gate 3 as an overall experience continues to kind of push me more and more towards maybe one day eventually getting into the tabletop game and seeing what all the fuss is about. I recently actually watched Dimension 20's, I'd never watched any of their shows before, but I watched Dimension 20's Dungeons and Drag Queens with Brennan Lee Mulligan as the DM and a kind of a group of drag queens actually playing the game. It was really compelling. I was surprised by how invested I got into this silly story and these funny characters. And it really made me consider, like, do I want to eventually one day look into maybe playing tabletop? Maybe. We'll see how it goes. I'll see how I find Baldur's Gate 3. But yeah, I hope it continues to give me kind of the bare minimum information that I might need if I were to continue on and then eventually try tabletop.
And I think my hopes are just everything that we've seen already. Like, we haven't even seen the full game. We haven't even seen everything they have to offer, but they've already, like, matched what I wanted and matched my hopes. There's something for everybody. There's a serious attention to detail, which is one of my favorite things in video games, and like something that I do as a DM. I try to make sure there's a little bit of detail because you never know where your players are going to go. You never know what anybody's going to do. You can't fully predict that kind of stuff, but you can do your best, and I really do think they have done their best, and I think that it's awesome, and I'm so excited for all of that. My other hopes are just that, like, everybody enjoys it. Like, you can tell that they've put so much work into this, and I know that's kind of a weird hope, I guess, because, like, when you talk about your hope for this game, it's what do you want from it? But I want everybody to enjoy it. I want everybody to be as passionate about it as the devs are, because they have put so much time and so much effort and so much love into this game, and I think that that really needs to be appreciated, and I hope that it's appreciated. I know I am going to appreciate it. I'm already appreciating it. So, yeah.
My biggest hopes for the game have actually come true already, and that is that Larian is really taking the time they need to deliver us a big game with many different choices and different outcomes. If I have to say one more thing for the full game, I think a satisfying ending and just a great story overall, but I have a feeling this will come true as well.
My hope is that Baldur's Gate 3 not only becomes the best RPG of its time, but also shapes the future of the genre, making other RPGs aspire to reach its level of quality and innovation. So I'm hoping for Game of the Year, maybe Game of the Decade?
So my hopes for Baldur's Gate 3 are definitely that I hope that it's this massive, insane game that I can actually be playing for the next years to come and not get bored. Of course, like, maybe take breaks here and there, of course, but like, what I mean is that for years and years and years to come, I just go back to the game and play it again and play it again, play it in different ways and discover different things. And I do have great hopes that it's actually going to be like that.
My hopes for Baldur's Gate 3 is that it is going to be what we think it is. All of the polish that they've put into it, all of the user feedback that they've put into it has made a game which I think will probably rival titles like Skyrim. And I hope that I will be playing this game for the next 15 to 20 years just because of all of the heart that they've put into it.
First off, I just want to say thanks for reaching out to me. I know I've been pretty dormant while waiting for this game to come out, but I'm always ready to come back when it's worth it. And with the release looming ever closer, I've begun to stir from my hibernation. So on to the questions. Probably the same hopes as others who are looking forward to the game, that there are a ton of branching choices that make a difference in gameplay so that I can keep playing it over and over and over again like I did with Dragon Age Origins. So far, with early access, it sure seems that's what Larian is going to be delivering, so I don't think I'll be disappointed.
Hello everybody, my name is Redbeard Flynn. I create content on YouTube for RPGs and MMORPGs. I have made videos on Baldur's Gate 3, and I am incredibly honored to be a guest on this podcast today and talk a little bit about Baldur's Gate 3 and what to expect as we get closer and closer to the launch of a game we have been waiting for years. I have played Baldur's Gate 3 originally back when it first launched in early access, not listening to Larian when they said, if you don't want to play early access, don't buy it, because I bought it anyway and played it. But I had a great time and continue to be incredibly excited about what this game has to offer. Thank you again to the Hive Mind Podcast for having me on. Let's get into some of the questions. My hopes for Baldur's Gate 3 are that it just delivers on its promise it's already showed. There are 3 pillars I'm looking at: tactical combat that feels rewarding for thinking things through, a progression system with gear and skills that make you feel like you're actually gaining in power, but most of all, and by far the most important to me, an emotional and engaging story that will have you invested in outcomes the way a good book, TV series, or movie would. And I think that, of all things, is perhaps what they are most likely going to be delivering on.
Question 2. What are you most looking forward to when Baldur's Gate 3 comes out?
I'm really looking forward to playing a Tempest Domain cleric. My favorite character from Tabletop 5e was a Tempest Domain, and I think it should be a really strong class. With Larian's implementation of Create Water, I think it would be super fun, so I'm excited for that. But I think a second answer would be that I'm just excited to get to the city of Baldur's Gate. I remember very vividly from my childhood that moment when I finished the Cloakwood Forest and Baldur's Gate 1, and I crossed that bridge and first got to enter Baldur's Gate City, and it was so inspiring, but also very daunting. And I'm expecting a similar experience from Baldur's Gate 3, and I'm really looking forward to that, how it's going to transport me back to my childhood.
I'm really looking forward to getting to play the Dragonborn race. Maybe not my first playthrough, but definitely my second. They look incredible. You can see the hard work and the dedication that was put into creating them. I'm also so excited to experience and explore the city of Baldur's Gate. From the latest trailer, it looks so vast and absolutely breathtaking. I have played the older Baldur's Gate games, and to see the city as it is now, with exceptional graphics, will be a real treat.
The thing I'm looking forward to in Baldur's Gate 3 the most is got to be the reactivity, right? Like, it has to be. They've made so many promises about the reactivity, and even throughout early access, we've kind of seen that it is insanely reactive for a game that's just like a snippet of an overall experience. And I am specifically quite interested in looking for things like the less common combinations of race and class, or like the less popular races to play. I tend to like an underdog, so I would say I'm looking forward to playing, for example, a halfling, any class, because I think halflings are one of the less focused on races in Baldur's Gate 3. They did a video recently where Sven and Adam and Nick talked about the different races in the game. And when it came to halflings, they were sort of like, oh yeah, you know, they're like hobbits and you can throw them. And that made me go, okay, but hopefully there's like more in the story that reacts to a halfling who's like leading this world-changing adventure. That's a concept I like, the underdog kind of being the hero. So yeah, I'm excited to see how the world reacts to the ideas I've got in my head.
I am really looking forward to, this is a really, really weird thing, but railroaded exploring. So I'm really bad with completely open world games where, everything is left up to you can just fucking go everywhere. And I really like games where it's this is the map and you can explore the entire map, but the map isn't, overwhelming. So I'm really excited to, see all the new things that they just put in the first act that I can go and explore that I missed in early access or that wasn't available in early access and things like that. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how our characters' stories play out, beating the shit out of Cazador, and then just getting to know the world better. I love when people have passion projects and they share it with us, and I am just really looking forward to exploring and understanding and loving this passion project of someone else.
I'm mostly looking forward to just playing it, knowing I will keep my full progress without having to constantly replay Act 1 over and over again. I'm also very excited to see the changes they bring to Act 1, so not everything feels the same anymore. For the rest, I just like to be surprised, so I'm not having too many expectations, except for me just enjoying the full ride.
First and foremost, I can't wait to explore the iconic city of Baldur's Gate itself. I anticipate getting lost in its busy streets and unraveling the secrets hidden within its walls. Also, as someone who enjoys a challenge, I'm eager to test my skills in the hardcore tactician game mode. I look forward to the added difficulty and strategic elements it offers, forcing me to carefully plan my every move, only to get my butt kicked in the end. I hope. Seriously, I really want some challenging combat.
I'm looking most forward to, well, definitely the Astarion romance, we know me, but I'm looking forward to the story. I can't wait to see where we are going, what is happening. I'm looking forward to the city and exploring it and going everywhere and just the lore of everything. I can't wait for that. I'm also looking forward, honestly, to bond with the party members. Larian has made such a great job to make all of these characters feel so real that you can really immerse yourself into the game, and I can't wait to figure out all their secrets and what they're on about and see how their stories play out. Yeah, that would be what I most look forward to.
The thing that I'm most looking forward to when Baldur's Gate 3 comes out, I think, is definitely going to be the romances, for sure, because they have been done very well thus far that I've seen. And in some cases they've been changed up completely. And it's really nice that they've gone through the process of making sure that there is something for everybody.
Well, that's easy. Obviously, the Astarion romance scene that Larian's been dangling over my head for years now. I'm still salty at getting a sneak peek in patch 3 and then having it taken away, but at least now I'll finally be able to see the whole thing.
It has to be the story. Like I've already mentioned, it's got to be the story. I love the dialogue. It's the wit that's in so much of the dialogue, the sass that you get, and the storyline so far. I've thankfully put enough time between when I last played Early Access and now that I can really dig into it when it launches without remembering every little detail. There's a few spoilers I remember because they were shocking, but I also noticed they changed a lot of things between the different builds, so who knows how it'll play now. And honestly, I have a really, really shitty memory anyway.
I always suck with these superlatives. I suppose what I'm looking forward to most is figuring out what exactly is going on in the story. It's the thing that keeps me up at night, you could say. There's so many threads and twists and everything you could imagine that Larian has been exceptionally good at hiding from us, despite revealing a lot. In total, they've revealed a lot about the people we're fighting. You have Gortash and Ketheric Thorm, and now you have the new third one, the Ball Lady, Orin. So yeah, I definitely. What's going on? What is going on with the tadpoles? You have this new person, this woman, the Guardian, who allegedly is on your side, but she's encouraging you to use the tadpoles all the time. Kind of suspicious, I'd say. So yeah, I'd say, what is going on? What is the plot? What is going on with the absolute? All that. That's what I'm looking forward to the most, more than anything else. Figuring that out. What is the lore of the story? What is the reasoning? What is the leitmotif, right?
Is there one defining moment that you had so far in the early access that has really stood out to you?
Actually, yes. It's gonna sound silly, but When I first started playing Early Access, I wasn't sold on the game until I tried a Githyanki Thief build that used Strength instead of Dexterity as its main stat. And I was sneaking up to the goblins in that tunnel that connects to the Grove prison. And with the jump spell, my rogue was able to completely long jump over their entire cone of vision and sneak up to the high ground. So I started the fight by pushing one goblin off the cliff, which killed it, and then I was able to solo the rest just by holding the high ground and shoving them down one by one when they got to me. I felt like a kung fu ninja being able to jump over a cone of vision like that, and really after that moment, I was hooked on the game.
When I defeated the Harpies and saved the tiefling child Merkin, he tells you to go to Donny, and you gain access to the hideout. When you speak to Merkin again, he gives you a story he wrote about how your character, the brave hero, saved his life. I thought that was really sweet, and I felt like a true hero. That was a better reward than any gold or loot.
So a defining moment for me in Early Access, I think, would be my first time playing through fully the story of two NPCs you can meet in the Underdark, and they're called Dereth and Balin, and they're two dwarves. And you can meet Dereth in the Myconid camp, and she can send you on a side quest to kind of like, she's like, oh, my husband's wandered off and he's looking for a specific type of mushroom. Can you go and find him? I don't know where he is. But she's not quite as loving as you might expect a wife to be in this situation. So you can go off and you can find Balin, and he's in a really sticky situation, surrounded by bibberbangs. And as you kind of communicate with him and work towards rescuing him, you realize that he's not like all there. I don't really know how to say it, but he seems he's not speaking in full sentences and things like that, and he's very kind of nervous about the situation. It kind of dawns on you that she might be like abusing this guy. Like she's sending him off as a pack mule to a dangerous situation. Like she's sending him off into the Underdark on his own to find a noble stalk for her benefit. So in that situation, I remember I rescued him. He got out okay. I threw him a scroll, and then I went and I got the noble stalk, and I went back to Dereth, and she was being very mean to Balin still. And I was like, oh, she's not a nice woman. And then I realized that it was giving me the option to give the noble stalk to Dereth or to Balin, and then Balin could use it to potentially cure whatever was wrong with him. So I ended up giving it to Balin, and he ate it, and he was cured. And there's me sitting there like thinking, oh, I've done a really good thing, right? I found the good ending to this quest. And as it turns out, the exact opposite happened. And when Balin kind of came to his senses, he turned out to be a horribly abusive man who terrified Dereth. And it kind of dawned on me that the action I thought was good just by default actually ended up being kind of the worst possible way I could have handled that, because now not only is Dereth being abused by her husband, again, they don't have the noble stalk that they needed to keep their shop afloat. So I have really screwed up just by not reading the context of the situation. I'm sure there were context clues there, but I just was so absorbed in this kind of like savior dynamic with these characters that I thought, you know what, I'm going to save him from his abusive wife, and I just made the situation worse. And that was a real defining moment for me, because it made me think that I'm going to have to pay real close attention to what's going on around me if I don't want to make some more horrific decisions in the full game.
That's a good question. Oh man, gosh, I've all of a sudden forgot everything I've done in this game. I guess like being able to do this is silly, but being able to do this podcast with Lena and Mizu has just been an awesome and super fun opportunity. And I know that technically has nothing to do with gameplay or something the devs have done, but like, it's really cheesy of me, but I've really, really enjoyed doing this because it's just been fun. It's just been a fun experience to talk about this game and share like my passion and other people's passions with everybody else, and so it's been really cool. My favorite thing that I've either found or discovered in the early access, I can tell you at the very least, when I first discovered the dog, I was so excited. I was like, I can't wait to play a druid so that I can talk to this dog. And then the second they released druids, I made a druid and then went and tried to find the dog and talk to him. But just all the little things, I guess. I really enjoy like when I've played with different people, like I've done playthroughs by myself, but going through and playing with like my friends and stuff, and listening to them having made choices that I didn't even know you could make. And so I think like discovering just how vast this whole thing is has also been really, 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 really cool.
Good question. What stood out to me the most is, I think, how well the game ties everything together. While Divinity Original Sin 2 was a very fun game, some areas in the same map could feel totally different from one each other, and also a bit random at times. It's not necessarily a bad thing, because Divinity also embraces the humor more than Baldur's Gate, but Baldur's Gate 3 just feels way more connected. Oh, and I also think the story is way easier to follow. Not only thanks to the scripted cutscenes, which are done beautifully, but also the writing is just more cohesive and better in my opinion. So yeah, mostly just how much Larian has improved.
As someone who has been playing Early Access since day one and put 1,300 hours into the game, I can tell you that I had numerous standout moments like these. For example, let's just talk about the reactivity. Like, it's insane in this game. Like, the game's world feels alive and dynamic, with NPCs responding to the player's actions, dialogue choices, and even their race or class. Like, this extensive reactivity adds depth and immersion, making each interaction feel unique and significant. I also love how choices truly matter and can create insane amount of branching, not only in the main quest, but in the side quests as well.
So for the most defining moment for me in Baldur's Gate 3 in the early access, it's definitely the Minthara romance, because I did not expect a full romance scene. I thought I would get the under construction scene again for like, because when you romance any other character that will pop up, but not for the Minthara romance. So I got the full like X-rated scene, right? Play out. And yeah, I was definitely surprised. And that was definitely one defining moment. But also for me, when I found out there was a whole area in the Grim Forge area that I did not find. And when I found this area and it had a whole boss fight in there, I was like, how did I miss this? And it's massive. It was this massive area that I did not find. So it was crazy to me. And definitely very defining.
I myself have not played the early access, as I don't have a PC capable of running it right now, but I've watched a lot of people play the game over the last few years. And I think some of the most defining moments are probably when you make certain choices, the ramifications can be astronomical. And knowing just how many permutations there are in the game, no two games are going to be the same. And there's going to be a lot to talk about and discuss going forward, possibly for years.
Man. There have been a lot of good dialogues in this game, but in terms of a defining moment, I know I usually talk about Astarion all the time, and most of the really big moments for me were with him. But I'm also really huge on atmosphere, and that feeling you can sometimes get in a game where you actually forget that you're playing a game, if you know what I mean. For me, that first time I saw the Weave scene with Gale probably hit that point home the hardest. I found myself smiling like a dope because it was just so magical. It's one of the reasons Gale is a really close second for me in terms of my favorite romances, at least so far.
If I am remembering this correctly, and this is a spoiler to anyone who hasn't played early access, so cover your ears if you're trying to avoid those, but also why would you be listening to this podcast if you were? But anyway, I think I fucking died. Not in the sense of, oh, I made a mistake in combat and died, but I mean, I made the wrong choice in dialogue with Astarion, and I'm pretty sure that I'm now an undead vampire. So that's cool, I guess. Also, the game ended.
In terms of a defining moment in EA, that really stood out to me. I think it was the Underdark. I think it was just really cool. The Underdark was a place you could explore. It had Underdark features like Deep Gnomes or Sphere of Nephilim, Dwergar, Grey Dwarves, Myconids. Yeah, the Underdark was the coolest revelation there, for sure. In EA at least. I'm sure there are going to be a lot cooler things that are revealed to us later on. But yeah, in early access, that was the coolest thing, the Underdark.
What has been your favorite thing that you have either found or discovered in the EA?
This is a tough one because a big part of the appeal of my channel is that I've been able to find kind of niche mechanics or often just bugs in the game, which I abuse to make very strong builds. So discovery's been a big part of the early access experience for me. Probably the Flame Blade plus Circlet of Fire was my most popular discovery. But I think my favorite discovery was how you could combine Armor of Agathys with the Abjuration Wizard's ability Arcane Ward to create a massive healable shield which dealt retaliation damage to melee enemies that hit you. You can't do it anymore, because since patch 9 they removed the ability of wizards to learn Armor of Agathys, but anyone from the future playing the game on full release looking back, for most of early access, you could learn any spell that you found as a scroll by your wizard. It doesn't matter if it was part of the wizard spell list or not. And so a big part of the strategy for wizards back then was finding a scroll for Armor of Agathys and then combining it with the Abjuration Arcane Ward, because the two combined, it was one of the most overpowered things in early access. And since I wrote about it before it was popular, or I think even noticed by anyone else, it was, for me, it was a very big discovery. I was really excited when I discovered that one.
My favourite thing that I discovered is the barrels, and how useful they can be when placed in just the right spot, with a grease bottle or a fire vial scattered around them. I can take out an entire goblin camp or huge, massive armies of enemies. I've had so much fun using the environment to my advantage. I've never seen a game do it as well as Baldur's Gate 3.
If I can be a bit cheeky and mention something that was data mined pretty early on, then my favourite thing that I found during early access would have to be the Duergar responses, or Grey Dwarf, I don't know how to say it. Even though they've only relatively recently been announced as a playable race, their reactivity has been in the game since really early on in the game's development cycle. I did a full stream using the Duergar tag, and I've got to say, if you enjoy fantasy racism, that is the race for you. Everybody hates you, the Myconids want to rip you apart, people on the surface are terrified of you. It's similar to being a drow, except worse, because the Myconids specifically are gunning for Duergar, so you have to convince them that you're not there to finish the job. It's a really compelling race to play in early access so far, and I'm sure it will continue to be compelling moving forward. My favourite interaction though had to come from the petrified dwarf you can find in Ethel's tea house, because he thinks he has a condition called Ladigua's Bite, and Ladigua is the patron deity of the Duergar, so if you're playing as a Duergar when you meet him, you and him can get in like a verbal catfight. It's really petty and stupid and brilliant. It's great writing, and yeah, I really enjoyed that playthrough.
My favorite thing that I've either found or discovered in the early access, I can tell you at the very least, when I first discovered the dog, I was so excited. I was like, I can't wait to play a druid so that I can talk to this dog. And then the second they released druids, I made a druid and then went and tried to find the dog and talk to him. But just all the little things, I guess. I really enjoy when I've played with different people, like I've done playthroughs by myself, but going through and playing with like my friends and stuff and listening to them having made choices that I didn't even know you could make. And so I think like discovering just how vast this whole thing is has also been really, 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 really cool.
My favorite thing in early access I found were the interesting magical items. In one of the panels from Hells, the developers talked about how they just don't want a boring +1 magical item, but also really make them interesting and give their own spin on it. And as a DM for D&D myself, I really love creating magical items as well, and it always feels exciting to get one as a player. So yeah, I will go with the magical items overall, as well as their quality.
Oh boy. Now that is a very good question for me, because I do record a lot of scenes from the early access content, and throughout my experience, I've came across many fascinating elements. I still remember the first time when I discovered the Shadow Druids and the fact that you can convince Koga to turn against them. Or the fact that if you let the druids complete the ritual, the Seal of the Grove, you can still tell the location to Mintara and she will show up there with a goblin raid, only to turn against you because you failed her. Oh, and also, a personal favorite from patch 8. When playing as a bard, you can actually, I'm not joking, you can actually tell a dead joke to the gnoll leader. And if you succeed on a hard DC check, you can actually make the gnolls and hyenas laugh so hard that they will skip all their actions for like 2 turns or until they take damage. It's like a unique condition.
So for me, one of the favorite things that I discovered was the underdog. I don't think I actually knew that there was a whole different world. I think I found the underdog in like my 3rd or 4th playthrough. I don't know anymore. But when I found it, I loved it so much because it reminds me of this area in Skyrim, which reminds me a lot of the underdog in ways. There's like all these mushrooms and it's like underground and it's kind of hidden away and you go there in the story, so that's really, really cool. And the underdog really reminds me of that. Also there's like, you know, it's just so different from the world above. And of course, one favorite thing for me that I discovered was my love for D&D while playing Baldur's Gate. I'm really into D&D now and learning the lore and everything like that.
My favorite thing that I've either found or discovered in early access is probably the mushrooms and the necklace that makes you laugh uncontrollably, because certain characters just have an infectious happiness about them when they start going off the deep end. Like maniacal laughter that just makes you smile in the depths of your soul. I absolutely love it.
There have been so many things over the years, it's hard to pinpoint any one thing, because I haven't played early access in a while either. But I'd say in terms of discovery though, Mizu actually told me about the whole process of digging up a dog collar and then putting them on your companions, namely Astarion, who seems to like getting zapped by the dog collar, which I just found hilarious. I actually made a video about it because the whole thing was so funny and ridiculous. It was also fun to find something new after playing for so long, so I'll definitely be looking forward to finding new things.
There isn't a single thing for me. Instead, it's more about discovering the intricacies of the origin characters' backstories. Just in early access, there were so many reveals and so many questions about each character. It made them so compelling. It made these characters feel real and engaging in the way a good book does. This is the beauty of a game like Baldur's Gate 3, and specifically Larian Studios. They breathe life into the world through impactful storytelling, really emotional storytelling that draws you in and makes you interested to find out what happens. It makes you connect to the characters and the long story and lore of the world.
I'm so bad at these favorite things. What's been your favorite thing that you've ever found or discovered in EA? There's kind of an overlap with the previous question here, but I would say, probably my favorite thing was discovering that Selûne will play a big part in the game, presumably, and perhaps that Shadowheart was in fact a Selûnite. at some point in time. That seems quite interesting to me. And that kind of was probably the most interesting, I guess my favorite thing I discovered, although we don't know that 100%, but I do think Selûne, the goddess, will play a pretty large role. And I wouldn't have known that if Shadowheart hadn't been burnt by the light, or she passes past that hopscotch place in the blighted village and has a memory. That was kind of cool. Favorite moment, I guess.
What changes are you hoping it will make it into the final game that appears to be lacking right now?
Well, there are a few, to be honest. Just from the tactics side of the game, which is my specialty, I want Spiritual Weapon to be in the game. It's a 2nd level spell that is a staple for clerics in tabletop 5e. And as I mentioned earlier, I'm really excited to play a Tempest Cleric on my first run. The dodge action is another one. A lot of folks find dodge boring, but I think there's some cool things you can do with being able to dodge as an action, and they fit perfectly with some of Larian's item design. But from the story and world perspective, I would really like it if Viconia could be in the plot of Baldur's Gate 3. That's Viconia, the companion from the original Baldur's Gate series. And I think it's possible that she will be, because just from what we know from early access, the plot of the game does kind of run adjacent to the cult of Shar, and Viconia was a cleric of Shar, so it's possible that she'll make an appearance. And lastly, okay, this one is really a pipe dream, but I would be delighted if decisions we make in Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 Enhanced Edition runs could be imported into Baldur's Gate 3 and affect the outcomes of the world. I mean, it's way too much to ask, because Larian's already put so much effort into the reactivity of the world and the plot to the decisions that you make. So asking for even more reactivity for decisions you make in a completely other game, it's just too much, but oh, it would be so cool.
A few of these have been addressed in the final panel. I don't think these ones have been talked about yet, so my main two would be better skill checks and success for the dice rolls. Even though I've had a high number in specific skills, I still fail and I don't succeed on the dice roll. Crafting will be a nice addition too, being able to create my own potions, poisons, elemental arrows and firebomb vials. They can be hard to find sometimes and they can be expensive to buy.
In terms of a change I'd like to see in the final game, I think throughout early access I've discovered that I have a very unpopular opinion when it comes to voiced protagonists. I'm on the side of the fence that says they're actually quite good. I quite like when a game has a voiced protagonist, obviously when it's done well, but I think most people are on the side of silent protagonists and they'd much rather not hear their character's voice that much. I spend a lot of time digging through the early access voice files, so I've heard a lot of the TAV voice performances. I think they did a really good job, like all of them, and it's difficult to get such consistency across 8 different voices, but they managed it somehow. They're all very good. I can always imagine a character to fit with that voice. But like I said, I do know that's an unpopular opinion. I know Larian have gotten a lot of feedback about voice protagonists, so I wouldn't be too surprised if the character just ends up being mostly mute, but I've got my fingers crossed that we'll still hear some of their voice work.
So I've been playing this since literally day one. I bought this the day you were able to. And honestly, most of the things that I thought they were lacking have already made it into the game. They made the dice roller better. They made the character sheet and inventory stuff look better. They the bar thing at the bottom that I can't think of the name for, that is so much better than it used to be already. I guess I would be so I'm a basic bitch and I play only clerics. So I guess I'd be really looking forward to seeing some of the Tasha's and Xanathar's things that order clerics, peace clerics, even I think Way of Mercy Monk is in one of those, and I think Way of Mercy Monk is really, really cool. So I think seeing things from outside source material, because Larian keeps saying at launch, this is what we have, so that leaves a little bit of ambiguity for maybe they're going to add things from Tasha's and Xanathar's. Maybe they're going to add monsters from, Volo's Guide and things like that. Or, you know what? They don't have to if they don't want to. It's up to them. But I think that it would be really, really cool if eventually we got all the different subclasses. An Artificer, having Artificers would be really, really cool too, because intelligence, the only intelligence-based caster we have right now is Wizard. Everything else is Charisma or Wisdom. And so I think it'd be really cool if they added Artificer as like a huge patch later on. Because like obviously they need to launch the game right now, and that's something they can focus on later. So I think that'd be really cool.
Something that appears to be lacking. I don't really think something is lacking. Only for one thing maybe, and it's a small thing, but one I would really like to see. Okay, so in Baldur's Gate 3, if you zoom all the way in, the camera gets behind the character's back for a third-person view. But if you're zoomed in, you cannot really walk around by clicking, so you just kinda have to hold your mouse in front of your character, and that feels a bit clunky. And I would love an option just like Dragon Age Origins, where if you're zoomed in, you can also walk around with your buttons on your keyboard, but also just by clicking while zoomed out. So yeah, maybe this is a silly request, but I would love an option to be able to move around using your buttons as well.
When considering the changes I hope to see in the final version of Baldur's Gate 3, most of my concerns were answered in the final panel from Hell, which was a very fun stream. First of all, I'm happy to see hide bonus action adjusted to be a main action. This change for 1.0 will make rogues shine again, because only they can use this ability as a bonus action. Another change I wanted to see was the addition of some sort of a transmog system, and Larian actually added camp clothing, which is similar, and also the ability to dye armor. I believe this was also the most suggested feedback on Larian Studios Discord, and I'm glad they've listened to the community.
So, well, my answer for this question is kind of so-and-so. So what the game is lacking, what I would wish for, they're kind of implementing already, but for me, it's not in the game yet, but we know it will come. So for me, it's kind of the realism, but also like to be able to immerse myself more into the game. I would like the camp to be more of a place where we go and relax. And they already kind of implemented that now with the change with the camp supplies, which I love because it adds that realism, but we also need to eat. And I can just imagine us like sharing food together, which I would like also maybe an explanation what, like, we know what Astarion does, right? I'm not going to spoil, but well, if you listen to the podcast, you're already kind of spoiled. But anyhow, when Astarion like goes away, and he never eats with us, I would like maybe a little explanation for that. But also, yeah, the camp supplies, love that we need to eat to rest. But I would also like the camp to feel more like a place that we relax. So I would really love for us to have a place to call our own, like a tent, something for us to have our stuff in. Maybe even like not only a chest. Like I would really like if we had like our chest at a place for us that's dedicated to us, like a tent, something like that. And they already implemented the camp clothes, which we know now. Which the atmosphere changes so much if you take off your armor and you're just in your chilling clothes, right? It will feel so much more relaxed, which I really want, like this safe space, right? Which we know it kind of isn't, right? Things could come into camp, but I like that we are more relaxed there.
This one is a really minor nitpick in that several patches ago, the player-created Tav used to have a tent in the camp, but then one day it suddenly disappeared, and to me it made it feel like we weren't as important as the other companions in camp who actually did have tents. It's kind of weird. but it feels like we're not allowed to have our own personal space. We just have a bedroll over by the fire and nothing else. I kind of felt excluded, I think, would be the best way to say it.
That's kind of a tough one. I really wish they'd bring back the old UI element where you used to have separate buttons on the mini-map for short rest and making camp. I don't know why it bothers me so much, but it just drives me nuts that it's now in this weird collapsible menu. Other than that, I think they fixed a lot of the issues I had with earlier versions, like that your companions now auto-jump across gaps, which used to be such a pain having to make everyone jump individually. Do you guys remember that? Ugh. As far as the actual game, though, I'd really love to see them add more desirable female companions. I can't tell you how much I've heard my husband complain about how he has nothing but uppity mean girls to pick from. And really, when you look at the male options, it's pretty unbalanced. And now the last female option is a halfling, which I'm sure some people are going to get into, but most probably won't. Yet, all the men are normal height, good looking, and we even got Halcyon now. I mean, on the bright side, at least they improved Karlach's model a whole heck of a lot from what it used to look like. I keep telling him that Shadowheart might end up being like Morgan from Origins, but it's definitely hard to get into her after that first cuddle night where she just pretends like she doesn't even know your name. I mean, she's cold.
I mean, honestly, there's one big one that's pretty obvious, but I think it should be coming. It's the monk class. Larian has been doing a great job of adding things and adjusting over the years. It's been in early access. The most recent major change I remember was with the dice, and I think it made the game feel more dynamic and less punishing, which really, again, just leads me to that monk class. I want to play as a monk.
Well, I think they will, but there was the multi-classing. I know a lot of people don't like it, but I was hoping there might be opportunities beyond the simple racial stat distribution. So the thing I talked about in like Tasha's Cauldron, quite cool. I mean, really, I knew these things were going to be added anyway, but yeah, multi-classing, the monk, Dragonborn, although I'm disappointed with them, Dwergar, all these things they probably were going to be added, but you know, EA is EA. That's okay. That's fine. So that wasn't really an issue. Yeah, I mean, it was early access, right? It's an alpha or beta build. I just basically wanted them to add the things that were supposed to be in the full game, which will be in the full game. So I'm not too worried about that.
Question number 6. Is there any particular part of the story that you were looking forward to the most? Yes, I'm looking forward to the part where I get to persuade Shadowheart to abandon Shar and embrace Selûne instead, probably becoming a light domain cleric instead of Shadow. Now, I did not plan to just talk about clerics in every question, but, you know, you ask them. But seriously, I expect the companions to have multiple directions that they can go in their story depending on your interactions with them. That, I think, has pretty much been confirmed by Larian at this point, but I really do think some of those directions will have mechanical impacts on the class that those characters are. So that is my prediction for Shadowheart. You guys heard it here first.
I really look forward to finding out about the mystery behind the Absolute, how they came to be and what their ultimate goal is, and what it has to do with the mind flayers, the parasites, and the many-sided artifact.
Particular part of the story I'm looking forward to, Halcyon's story. I'm going to keep it short because everybody knows how much I love Halcyon, but the fact that community feedback to this character turned him from an NPC into a full-on companion, I'm super interested to see how they have developed his story. A little part of me is concerned it could end up being like a Sebastian in Dragon Age 2 thing where they clearly didn't plan ahead and nobody really reacted to him being there since he was a DLC character, but I have full confidence in Larian that they have fully integrated our big druid Halcyon into the story up until the end of the game.
Just finding out more about the companions. I know that's really silly, but like I love companions in video games, and I love well-written and well fleshed out and thought out and developed companions. And you can tell that they've put a lot of effort into them from day one until now. Hi, Gracie. Sorry, my dog is breathing on me, so I have to pet her now. but you can tell just like how much effort they've put into making these characters believable and likable and relatable. And like, even if they're an evil character or you don't like them, you still have to admit that they are a good character. And I think that that is awesome. And I am just so excited to find out their full stories and how we're gonna resolve all of their, like, you know, not loyalty quests, but you know what I mean, like their quests that we can do and everything to make sure that they end up well at the end of this game as well.
I think the part with turning into a mind flayer depending on how much you use your Illithid powers. You see, I think if you use it a lot, you will eventually turn into a mind flayer, and if you don't or not use it that much, you'll stay humanoid. So I'm really interested to see the difference this option brings in the story and how much benefits or punishment you get for using it or not. Also, I'm really eager to get to know Shadowheart's backstory, because I just love discovering secrets.
Everything. Is everything a good answer to this question? Like seriously, I can't wait to see everything this game has to offer. But if I really had to pick a story, then I think it's gonna be the dream visitor, dream person of the custom character, Tev. Apparently, the story of this NPC was changed for 1.0. And I've seen some interesting scenes from other content creators. It is no longer who do you dream of at night, but more like a guardian. So it's gonna be awesome.
Of course, I'm looking forward to the most to the romances, as we know, especially, you know, Astarion's romance. But not only, I'm mostly looking forward to the story. And again, looking towards how everybody's story plays out. And our play, like, I want to know what happens to the tadpoles. I want to figure out the big secret, right? I want to know, like, what's going on with our tadpoles. Can we get rid of them? And then what happens with Shadowheart's secrets, Astarion's secrets, Will's secrets, Gale's secrets, Lizelle, you know, everybody, Halsin, and everybody, Carla, who we can, you know, have in our party. And I'm super excited to figure that out. And of course, to venture forth, right? I want to see more. I want to see the world. I want to explore. I want to go into the Shadowlands. I want to explore more of the Underdark. I want to go into the Crash. I want to go to Baldur's Gate. I want to explore all of these areas and just see everything. And I really, the game isn't even out yet. I'm like, I really want DLCs. Like, please. I want more things to see. Yeah.
A particular part of the story that I'm looking forward to the most, for me personally, is trying to figure out the backstory for Astarion. Because there's definitely a lot going on behind the scenes. There's devils involved. There's the vampire lord Cazador involved. There are so many little things here and there around the map that could be involved. Some things we've seen since the Panel of Hell sort of make you wonder, if I did this, would this happen? If I didn't do this, would this person be the way they are right now? But overall, definitely I think Astarion's backstory is the one thing I definitely am most interested in finding out about.
I am dying to find out who's behind the Absolute. I actually came up with a bunch of theories on my own a while back, and I always felt like I had a pretty good handle on who or what it was. But then something else would show up in the game in later patches and kind of put a wrench in it. Like, you know there's Mind Flayer involvement considering the tadpoles. But then there's also the strange Netherese magic keeping the tadpole from transforming its victims into Mind Flayers. And then there's also the Dream Lover. It could be that they're all interconnected, but it also kind of feels like they're all separate too, like they're all different entities. I'm kind of dying to know what it actually is once and for all when the full game releases. Like that's probably the biggest thing I need to know. Oh, I also need to know how many ways I can kill Cazador. That's another thing that I'm really looking forward to.
There is one part I know of, but I haven't experienced because somehow I missed it when I played early access. So I've been desperately trying to avoid any spoilers. And that's going to the Underdark. I am such a huge fan of R.A. Salvatore's novels and his depictions of the Forgotten Realms drow that I want to see what Baldur's Gate 3 has to offer. I figured there would be some tie-in, perhaps extensive in the later acts, due to the connection between the drow and the Mind Flayers, but even if it's just a short jaunt through the Underdark, I'm still so damn excited to experience it.
Well, since I've already mentioned that uncovering the plot and figuring out what's going on, I think the thing I'm looking forward to the most is specifically how are the different gods involved? What is Vlaakith up to? We see Vlaakith presumably in a part of the trailer with a Githyanki, and a separate part with Lae'zel herself. What's Shar up to? What are the Dead Three up to? What is Luna's involvement? There's a Temple of Lathander there as well in the game. We've seen it in some trailers. So what are the gods up to? What is their involvement? Kind of interesting. You have the Dark Urge, obviously involved with Baal. I might be making a video about that, the theory. So yeah, what are the gods' involvement in all of this? What are they up to? That's probably the thing I'm looking forward to the most, apart from what is the truth behind the absolute, the story itself.
Of the companion characters that you have experienced thus far, if you had to choose, which would be considered your favorite?
Honestly, you don't have to force me to choose. This is the easiest decision of my life. It's Lae'zel. It's Lae'zel by a mile. I don't even need to think about it. And y'all are free to speculate why I would prefer Lae'zel. You're probably right. It's because of the mix of violent psychopath with childlike naivety, I guess. Yeah, I'm excited to go down the path in her character where you encourage her to question and hopefully reject the tyrannical and, let's say, fascist elements of her culture. Yeah, recovering psychopath fascist. That's the part of Lae'zel's character that intrigues me, nothing else.
This would be completely obvious, but for me it's Astarion. He is the most beautiful man I've ever seen, but his story and background fascinate me. Discovering he is a vampire, seeing his vulnerable moments during his mirror and scar reading scene, how soft he can be, especially when he asks you, I want to know what the world sees when it looks at me. What do you see? During his scar reading scene, how awkward he is asking you to help, and the soft here when he turns to show you. Slowly seeing him open up and begin to trust Tav more. He's also the most fun, and the only character to make me laugh with his dialogue and his reactions. He's the only companion that I romance, and it feels very special and very fulfilling. I'm looking forward to seeing how the romance with him progresses and how his story ends. And there we have it. I hope you enjoyed my thoughts on Baldur's Gate. Thank you so much for giving me this wonderful opportunity to be part of the HIVE MINDS Podcast. I am very grateful. I'm so excited for the release of Baldur's Gate 3 and look forward to hearing everyone's thoughts and experiences. Gather your party and venture forth.
Okay, weirdly enough, my favorite companion is the companion that I had probably the least interest in when the game was like being teased, and it's Lae'zel. And it's not that I had the least interest because she isn't an inherently interesting character. It's just she didn't really appeal to me just based on the previews that I got. She seemed very standoffish. But over the course of early access and kind of learning more about the Githyanki via just Googling it, I've kind of come to this conclusion that her story is going to be one of the more interesting ones to deal with, because aside from potentially Shadowheart, Lae'zel is the character most in need of serious deprogramming. Her entire life is based on the rules of this crazy Lich Queen, this undead entity that doesn't really give a crap about her. But she's dedicated her life to it, and I think part of her story is going to be her coming to terms with the fact that her community, the Githyanki community, doesn't really value the individual as much as she perhaps thinks they do. Even in early access, we see her have to grapple with the fact that the Kithrak that she meets doesn't offer her the purification that she thought she was going to be offered. He just decides it's best to kill her. I think she's in for a rude awakening, and I'm really interested to see how this character so indoctrinated by this dogma starts to find her way out of it, potentially. I mean, I'm sure there are ways to push her more towards being a traditional Githyanki, but I'm hopeful that you can start to sort of unpick that indoctrination and try and convince her that the world that she thought was so black and white and so easy is actually a lot more difficult than she thinks it is, and a lot more complex. I'm not expecting to be able to turn her into sweetness and light, but I'm really interested to see how she comes to terms with her entire worldview being shaken.
Okay, this is a biased question. Of the companion characters that you've experienced thus far, if you had to choose, which would be considered your favorite? So I can't choose favorites, but I can tell you that my top 3 in no particular order are Astarion, Shadowheart, and Will. I am really excited to see the Will rework. I think his new voice is going to throw me for a loop at first, just because like I'm so used to his old voice, but I think that Will's story is really interesting. I'm really into characters who really want to be good people and just noble, virtuous people, and they let their quest for being noble and virtuous let them do horrible, awful, terrible things in the name of being good people, so much so that it destroys their goodness and they become awful people. So I'm really into that, so I'm really excited for Will. I think he's cool. Shadowheart, because I just think there's so much unknown and so many ways that her character could go. And also she is the sweetest romance scene. But she's just such a fascinating character to me, and I think she's awesome. And then Astarion, because who doesn't love a good evil vampire who actually really just wants to be loved, you know? We love our characters who are super aloof and super cool, but in all actuality just want to be loved and accepted. So, yeah. Thanks, Lena, for doing all this editing and stuff. You are wonderful. I hope my answers are good, and I love you very much. Mwah.
Yeah, I was just talking about her. Shadowheart is my favorite for sure. Like I said, she has interesting secrets that I want to unravel. And while she can be mean or a bit naggy, she can also be very sweet deep down. And it feels special once she trusts you because you have to earn it. And of course, I mean, she's kinda good looking too, right? Alright, that's it. Thanks for having me. And to the listeners, have fun listening to the rest of the podcast. And I cannot wait for the full release of Baldur's Gate 3. Alright, see y'all next time.
Well, looks like I cannot say Karlach for this question. So I've gotta say Astarion, the Pale Elf, the vampire spawn rogue, the gremlin. I really like every single companion in this game, and I can't wait to meet the others. But Astarion's comments are always on next level, like, they're always fun. Wait, why did Shadowheart disapprove?
Well, we all know my favorite character is definitely Astarion. Shocker, surprise. But it's not, you know, not just that he's, you know, nice looking character or anything like that. I personally think he has a lot of depth to his personality. And I love that you have to kind of, you know, it feels more real. We are strangers and he does not trust us. It makes sense. And he opens up little by little, the more comfortable he feels towards us and the more he trusts us. And that's what I personally really love in video games, when you have this character that needs to get to know you and then like you and then open up to you. It feels so rewarding. And I also love that they're just, you know, they start to be vulnerable, and it feels like you can be their rock in their life, right? And that's what I love the most. He is my favorite. No questions asked here.
This one is easy. It would be Astarion. I think since the very first time I saw Baldur's Gate 3 show up anywhere, Astarion is definitely the one who brought me into the game. I wanted to find out more about him. He looked pretty, he's an elf, you know. But as time went on, his backstory became more of the focus instead of just oh, he's pretty, I like him. Then it became, oh, okay, well, what's going on here? This is a lot more than I was expecting. Now I'm interested in finding out how your story ends.
Astarion, hands down. He is just my kind of person. Like, he maybe gets a little too pissy about helping other people out, which doesn't bother me as much if it feels like something I want to do. But otherwise, man, I could just see us sitting there making fun of everyone that walks by. Everyone would hate us and talk about what immature little twats we were, but it would be great, you know? So, final thoughts. Overall, I'm beyond excited to finally get to play this game. It's been so long that we've all been waiting to see this game in its entirety, and I'm sure it's going to eat up a lot of my time for the coming months. What's really special about it, though, is that it will be a new game that I can come back to time and time again, like I've done with Dragon Age Origins for so long. And it's funny how that worked out, because I've played games that tried to be spiritual successors to Origins, and they didn't even come close. And when I played BG3 for the first time back in 2020, I had no idea it was going to start a love affair that would last for years past and years to come. Then again, now that I think about it, I had no idea what I was getting into when I first played Origins either. So I guess the best games just come at you when you aren't expecting it. So that's all for me. Once again, thanks for having me, and I'll see you later.
This one is a bit tough because they're all interesting in their own ways, and some of we got to experience a lot of their personalities in early access. But if I'm going to pick one, if I have to just pick one, it's going to be Shadowheart. Shadowheart has some very interesting secrets that I want to uncover. It was pretty close between Shadowheart and Will, but Shadowheart gets the edge here by just seeming a bit more mysterious, at least in Act 1. I just want to add some final thoughts on Baldur's Gate 3 and really kind of what I'm expecting from the game in general. I think it's going to be a fantastic game that fans of Baldur's Gate and fans of Divinity Original Sin will immediately enjoy. I mean, that's something that has been really clear and apparent just from playing the early access. It has been a very solid game for a very long time, just an incomplete game. But I also think it's probably going to be kind of overshadowed because really it's going up against some very difficult competition this year. Just within a week from its launch, it is probably going to be completely eclipsed by Starfield. And I think that's okay. This game may not be getting a, Game of the Year nomination, but I think it's going to be one of those games that really delivers for the fans of Baldur's Gate that have been waiting for this game to finally release. Fans like myself and everyone on this podcast who are just excited for a solid, strong CRPG that we can invest a unhealthy amount of time in. And I know that I will be investing a hell of a unhealthy amount of time in this game. Thank you again so much for having me on, and I appreciate you all.
Again, I'm really shit at favorites. I never really have favorites, but I like both Lizelle and Shadowheart probably the most, albeit for different reasons. Lizelle I like because if we're lucky, we might be able to turn her away from Vlaakith. I mean, she's very pig-headed right now, stubborn, full of herself, to be perfectly frank, and utterly convinced of herself, right? She's arrogant. So cutting her down a notch, but not really in a way that destroys her, and then rebuilding her later on, building her back up as a companion, as an ally, and maybe even as a romance partner, maybe as a romantic partner, that could be a really good thing. So Lizelle is really interesting because she's grown up in this particular environment, but it's all predicated on lies, and she thinks she knows everything, but in reality she knows next to nothing because she's been fed a pack of lies. And her own people will probably turn on her, and that's kind of interesting. It'd be interesting to observe that change in personality, well, assuming there will be one. But I think that's what I'm hoping to go for, because I'm probably be taking both Lizelle and Shadowheart on my first run with me. And then probably Gale, I'm not sure, because I do need a wizard. So, yeah, Lizelle for that reason. I want to see her personal development and evolution. Yeah. Shadowheart is also very compelling for me, because she's also going in blind, right? These two characters in particular, I think, are so interesting because they're kind of blind to the realities around them. Now, of course, you could make this argument about Will. He doesn't really know the full extent of Mizora's powers and blah, blah, blah. And Gale is toying with forces beyond his ken, and Karlach is, doesn't know certain things. Of course, they don't know everything. But these are the two factors here, or rather the one factor that unites both Lizelle and Shadowheart, is the fact that they're really running around in the dark. Sie tappen dunkel. So they don't know what's going on. Shadowheart has voluntarily submitted herself to amnesia and is probably being manipulated by the Church of Shar, and the Church of Shar is not a nice institution. And she doesn't know anything about herself anymore. So that's her self-deception. She's willingly given into this self-deception. I find fascinating. How will she react to these revelations? On the same token, how will Lizelle react? Lizelle, of course, has her memory. She hasn't forgotten anything. But she's bought into the Githyanki propaganda, which is mostly lies, right? How will she react when she discovers it's mostly bullshit, mostly BS? So they're both swimming around in the darkness. They don't really know what's going on. And their story is going to be one of personal revelation to themselves, and then as a consequence to you as the player interacting as the main character. I'm probably going to go in the dark urge myself, a good dark urge, resisting the dark urge. That's the plan. And I haven't decided which one I'm going to romance yet. I'm going to romance either Shadowheart or Lizelle. I don't think I can romance both. That would be a little bit scummy too. But yeah, Lizelle and Shadowheart, mostly for that reason that they don't know what's going on. And it's going to be really interesting to see how they react to their own personal stories being revealed to them, albeit in different ways, right? Shadowheart willingly or voluntarily went amnesiac, and Lizelle has just been drinking the Kool-Aid of Githyanki or Vlaakith propaganda for a long time, so yeah. Yep. I would say those would be my favorites. You didn't ask me about the other characters, so I won't comment on them, but yeah. Lizelle and Shadowheart for sure.
All right, so those were some really, really good answers. I feel like I learned a lot about everybody, and I'm closer to all of you as people, and every single one of you is a fucking Asterian simp. Anyway.
Oh my god.
Don't get me wrong. I love him. I love him, okay?
You want
what
the best
I'm looking
for
forward
him.
to, like I said, is Will's utter demise, okay? I'm really looking forward to that.
I'm so excited for Will.
He's been destroyed and rewritten.
True.
Well, okay, well, like in game, but yes, he had rip Will.
But I also heard a lot of people loving Shadowheart, and two people in particular loved clerics. Looking at you, Liz.
Who would that be? Imagine liking clerics.
And Asteris.
I like clerics. My first character was a cleric, and they're awesome.
They are awesome. They are really OP. Like every time I play cleric, I'm like, hell yeah.
It's because melee casters. It's being a melee caster. There is just something so inherently OP about that. Also getting inflict wound. Like people talk about warlocks getting their 1d10 cantrip, Eldritch Blast, blah, blah, blah. As a level 1 cleric, you have a 3d10 level 1 spell and a 4d6 spell.
But only if you hit.
But at the same exact time, you're level 1.
True.
Everything's gonna have a really low AC that you're fighting. Like, it's fucking insane. Whatever. Clerics are the best anyway.
But I really loved hearing all the answers because it was so versatile in the way of having people look forward. Of course, we're all looking forward to the story. I think that everybody agreed on that. But some people said they are really into the magic weapons, or some people are really into exploring the companions and immersing themselves into the game, or to explore the world and everything like that. And
Absolutely.
even if the questions they kind of did overlap here and there, but there were still different answers for each question that came out from everybody, which that was really, really cool. And to just hear, I have to say, I edited this footage for like 3 days straight, but to listen to everyone, it's like everyone sparked up while they were talking about it. Everybody has that excitement and that passion, and just we are all already so in love with the game, which that is just so, I don't know, it is so inspiring to have so many people come together and then talk about it and see that the game has already touched at least the people here in the podcast that were part of this collab. And there's so many more. I mean, you can see it on Twitter. Everybody's losing their mind.
Well, that's the thing too. A game like this only pops up like maybe once a decade.
Yes. I have said it, and I will say it again. This is the game of my lifetime.
It might just be.
Yeah. Definitely. Definitely.
Like I've said this for weeks. I think that for me personally, this might be the Skyrim killer.
Yes.
Oh,
I just had that in my brain because Skyrim was my all-time favorite game. And now I'm just like, sorry, Skyrim.
Over and over again. But now it's like, this is so much bigger in scale and scope and everything. So much deeper with everything. Sure, you can have a couple companions here and there in Skyrim, but like their backstories aren't nearly as deep.
The one thing that Skyrim has that Baldur's Gate does not is first person. And that's like,
But
I
you
don't
can get close. You can get
I don't
pretty
care about
close.
that.
I do. I love first person, but I still love the view of the camera in Baldur's Gate 3.
You
but
can
imagine
zoom into third person though. You can zoom straight into third person.
into first person
Yes.
in Baldur's
Third
Gate.
person.
Oh, third person. Yeah.
Third.
In third.
I
Yeah.
do-
But I was like,
I do
first.
agree with
Imagine
the
the star
person
looking
whose
at you.
answer was that moving with WASD when you're scrolling that much would be really, really nice.
Yes. True.
So, like, I had the same problem with Divinity, where I didn't like movement in Divinity, and this is exactly the same as the movement in Divinity 2, and so, and like the map and everything, and so I will say, yeah, I wish they would let me move with WASD or control it a little bit differently, but like,
I think
gotta
that
do
they
what
have
you gotta
controller
do.
support though. I think there's controller support if you need it.
I hated controller. Playing with a
I
controller
hate
for
controllers.
Divinity. Like, it was super counterintuitive to play with a controller in Divinity 2. I don't know if it would be better in Baldur's Gate. Might be, because you can zoom in better. Stuff like that. But ooh, that was, I didn't like it. Somebody that I know, they only played with controller and they hated mouse and keyboard. Like, they couldn't play Divinity 2 with a mouse, so it's like,
Wild.
yeah. I couldn't understand it. I was the exact opposite. But I think and here we go already in the next kind of topic, but I think what also will make Baldur's Gate 3 the game of my lifetime, and maybe other people's lifetimes, and maybe even for just a long time, is the passion behind it, the passion that went into it, and the detail they put into the game. Because it is massive. It is 100%. I have not, I never played Dragon Age, so I can't say if it's, I heard it's close to Dragon Age, but I still think there's no other game like Baldur's Gate 3. That might be a controversial point for me, but I think Baldur's Gate 3 is not only one of the best games look-wise, in the sense of I think RPGs right now, if we look at the old Dragon Age graphics, but I think how the game plays, the mechanics, everything in the game, not just it being an RPG, but I think there's no other game like BG3 out there.
Not currently.
No, and it's gonna be hard to match, and that's what has been a topic going on, and you might have heard about it. There has been quote unquote some drama, some tea going on, that people call Baldur's Gate 3 an anomaly. And
it started off on Twitter with a small indie developer, as I understand it, and a few more developers started, liking it and agreeing with it, and then a bunch of AAA guys started coming in and also agreeing with it, and saying things like, it shouldn't be considered a standard, don't expect this sort of level of game in the future. They were just lucky, and so on and so forth. And it's like, that's not really fair.
It makes my blood boil. I didn't realize this was something that I would get this fucking upset about. But in indie companies, okay, yeah, no, I don't expect every indie company to make the next Baldur's Gate 3. I mean, the only other technically Hades is an indie game, because Supergiant is a small studio. It's a small studio. It's in no way a AAA studio. But Hades is one of the best video games I've ever played in my life, and it came from a tiny studio, and it works wonderfully, and it's fantastic, and they put so much attention to detail.
Exactly.
And so, but some indie studios, no, I do not expect an indie studio to make Baldur's Gate 3, because they just don't have as many resources. But the fact that AAA studios are yeah, no, we shouldn't have to do this, makes my blood fucking boil, because they have so many resources comparatively.
Oh yeah.
And so many things that they could make this game better. It's I'll tell everybody, I love Jedi Survivor. I love Star Wars Jedi Survivor, because I just love the story, I love the characters. I have to play the game on easy, because the PC port is so bad that half my button inputs in combat don't go through.
Oof.
And so I would die if I played it on a harder difficulty.
Right.
Which is fucking insane. This is a massive game from a massive company. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That shouldn't be a problem. And so, but it is, because I don't want to say consumers and people who play video games and buy video games are desensitized to oh, this game's gonna suck when it comes out, because no, I don't think people are desensitized to that. I just think that nobody, what am I gonna do about that? You know what I mean? What am I, single person Liz, gonna do to be hey, stop launching shitty games? They're not gonna listen to me. I'm a woman. Why would they listen to me? 2,
all you can do is vote with your wallet by not buying the game. That's it.
Yeah, but exactly. But
yeah, and then it's
for every me that doesn't buy it, there's still gonna be 30 guys who do buy it. And so it's it's a whole thing. But I think that the fact that a small company is putting out such a fantastic, wonderful, awesome passion project should make those AAA companies feel threatened, and should make them feel like they need to do better, because they can do better and they should do better. And like I said earlier to y'all before we were recording, I think a really big problem, like developers versus the companies themselves. So like the companies just want to make money, and the developers aren't working on their passion projects the way everybody at Larian has been working on BG3 because it is their passion project. Do you know what I mean?
They just,
Yes,
they just get
exactly.
given
And so
a
it's-
section of code to work on.
Exactly.
something
And
they're
so it's
specifically working on.
hard to make something good when you are put on a shitty deadline and you are given, this is what you have to do it. As
Yeah.
opposed to, let's make this what we want it. Let's take our feedback from our players and do what we can to make this game what we want and what they want.
Which
and so-
a lot of the AAAs don't do because they don't care
They
about our
don't.
opinion.
No, they don't care about our opinions at all. All they care about is money. Versus Larian, you can tell, cares about this game.
100%.
And cares so much.
The thing I think that is wrong, and in a lot of businesses is wrong, are the CEOs. The people who are on top of everything, who make the decisions. Same with Twitch, same with, the people who are only there to make money, and they do not understand what they're doing, what they're working for. Somebody, let's say, a game developer, right? If you have an older person at the top of the business, and all their goal is to make the most amount of money, but they don't play video games themselves. They're not part of the community. They're not involved in it whatsoever. It's gonna suck every time, because
Yeah, the disconnect from the customer
For sure.
makes it so bad.
100%. And we have the same thing with like Twitch, when it's like, get a younger person there, somebody who understands the internet, somebody, instead of let's just make money. It's the same
I mean, there's a lot of
issue.
other problems on platforms like Twitch,
Yeah.
but
Yeah,
that's not
100%, 100%. But they're making decisions that make no sense, and that's the same
Yeah.
thing. Like connecting, it's not just a game issue, like in the gaming branch. Is a branche in
some
German?
of the people higher up the ladder don't even know how to use Google, and at that point, get somebody younger and fresher in there who knows how to do things and how things work with today.
And that's why, oh my god, I forgot his name. I'm like, Steven, no. Oh no, what is his name again? Oh my god, I'm really sleep deprived. I'm so sorry.
Swen?
Swen. Oh my
Swen?
god, I'm so sorry. It's gonna be a
Swen,
lot
if
of
you're
like,
listening, I'm sorry.
I love you, man. Sorry. It's just, I'm running on like 3 hours of sleep. But no, you can see it within their company. They're doing this big panels, and then they're wearing armor. They don't care. It's like they're doing cosplay. They're dressing up. They're involving
They're nerding out.
themselves in
They're,
this.
like-
they're
They're nerding out because it makes them so happy. They don't care what anybody else would say.
I personally enjoyed that every single one of them gives me the vibe that they have created this game and they have played this game during like development, and they are going to go back and play it
Yes.
once it's released multiple times
yeah.
as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, when
Like,
you
I think that's fantastic. That means like they love this game. They love this game just as much as we love this game, and I think that's great.
yes, and everyone you can see in their videos talking about it, or when they have like the voice actors go on interviews, or the writers, or they're all like talking with a spark. You can see that they're happy with their job. They're not being pushed or it's like everyone is happy in there. Which that is,
And that's the end goal you really want.
that is the anomaly.
Yeah.
And that should be the normality. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That should
the
be
anomaly. It's not that the anomaly is not that they made a good game, because
No.
The anomaly is that they're happy.
the anomaly is that they're not overworked, they're not underpaid, and they are enjoying what they are doing, and they are enjoying sharing it with all of us. And you know what? That really shouldn't be an anomaly. It's kind of weird that like people are mad that these people are enjoying creating a game. Like, you're supposed to enjoy the things that you create. You are supposed to enjoy the process of creation. And the problem is that there are people who do not enjoy what they are creating.
Yes, I think we have been, as gamers, as consumers, we have been so deprived, like dehydrated of good games and games that actually spark something within us. I have seen a lot of these videos of like, oh, gaming gets bad, gaming gets boring, why is gaming not as good as it was in our childhood? And I think a lot that plays a role in it is not growing up, but these games are really cookie cutter copy pastes of, oh, that worked in a game and made a lot of money, we're gonna do that too. Oh, that worked, okay, we're gonna do that too, you know? And then you have all these games who have like Destiny blew up, and then you know, oh, we need superpowers in our games, or Fortnite blew up, oh, we need to do this and this, and
every single game with an Assassin's Creed IP. Every single game where you can sneaky kill people, you can climb things, you can run around. I can name like 5 games off the top of my head that have some sort of Assassin's Creed like element to them.
Yeah. Or Sims.
And I love all those games. Don't get me wrong, but
yeah,
this is just Assassin's Creed in another, not the real world, and it's
Yeah, we have got like FIFA. Let's say FIFA, like Call of Duty.
Absolutely.
We have gotten the same games. Assassin's Creed, great, great game. It was super nice, but after you've played, how many times should you play the same shit? But just let's put a nice little bow on top of it. Nobody will notice. It's the same fucking game, but now it has a little tiny bow on the top of its head.
Yeah. I mean, there are lots of problems with Assassin's Creed that I could get into for a very long period of time, but they really just like... There's a lot of beating a dead horse right now, I think.
And it's the same with like the same game comes out each year. We have like Modern Warfare. I think it's the same thing. And like there's so many games like that. Sims, the same. Like... the jump from Sims 1 to Sims 2 was insane. Everybody was hyped. It was, it was something new. A game that was not yet there, right? And then Sims 3. Oh my god. Cool. But they took out some major things. Then Sims 4 dropped and no pools, no babies, no nothing. Nothing.
But they've added all of that as DLC you can pay for.
Yeah, and later a little bit, and they didn't even have whirlpools, and then you could buy whirlpools as a DLC, and a few years later they released whirlpools for free, even though you had to pay for them. People paid for it just to have a whirlpool. And the thing is, the game is 10 years old, right? And they're still just... because it still makes money, they do not care. There's no passion. And you playing the game, you don't... I love playing The Sims 2. It gets me more hooked gameplay-wise than The Sims 4. And I have paid like way more money into Sims 4. But that's what I mean with like... or I think we all mean with the passion. That is what makes Baldur's Gate different. It's not important how the graphic looks, how the 3D mouth animation is, how the characters are written. That's all great because it's passion behind it. If you look at good indie games like Little Misfortune, great game. Life is Strange, amazing game. Then we have Vampire Survivors, super easy game. A lot of people loved it, right? I don't think that these developers, even AAA developers, they don't have to make the next Baldur's Gate 3. They don't have to up Baldur's Gate 3. We don't want another Baldur's Gate 3. We want a different game with passion and love behind it, with its own story that goes its own way, like Witcher 3. Something that goes its own way and just makes... Stardew Valley. Right? It's just, these games are great. These people love these games, and they have things that they have in common is love and passion.
So, another talking on like, we don't want the next this game. Think of like genre-defining games. Stardew Valley is a genre-defining game, and every single farming sim that's come out since has been like, everybody's been like, this is the Stardew Valley killer, and it's like, that's not what I'm looking for.
No, and
I'm looking for a game that like I love Sunhaven, because Sunhaven, it's a Stardew Valley-like game. It's another farming sim like that, but the whole point wasn't to be better than Stardew Valley. It was just these people really loved the game they were making, and so they made it. And like another genre-defining game, everybody's gonna like kill me for saying this, Overwatch, when it first came out, was a genre-defining game. No other FPS had done a lot of the things that Overwatch did. It's dead now, and I cry, but it's dead because the devs care more about money than what the user base is saying. That is a really good example of watching a fantastic, like, I have sunk over 1,000 hours into that game. Spoiler alert, everybody, I play Overwatch.
They pretty much killed the second game, right? They just
but
made
they killed
it.
They killed, so nobody asked for Overwatch 2. The whole reason we were supposed to be switching to it was to switch to 5v5 instead of 6v6, so removing one tank and getting PvE. And then Jeff left, and all the terrible stuff happened, and now PvE is basically dead. And we're being told that the PvE is behind a paywall, and it doesn't last, and you have to pay every single time you want to play PvE.
What? And but didn't you buy the game? That's what I hate.
No, Overwatch 2 is free.
Oh, okay.
The PvP portion is free, but you can buy the battle pass, and you can buy skins and stuff in the shop. They got rid of loot boxes completely. Don't even get me fucking started on that. And then PvE, we always knew we were going to have to pay for PvE, but they made it sound like a one and done sort of thing, the way you would with any video game.
Yeah.
They could have just added that to the first game. They didn't need to make a whole separate game for it.
Oh,
yeah.
We know. And so it's really things like that where you want, sure, like a genre-defining game is a good thing, but I don't want every other game to come after it to also be a genre-defining game. I just want it to be a good game.
Yes.
What we want is for each really good game to innovate and make waves in the community as a whole to push developers forward. So whatever they make in the future will be better. Everything gets a little bit better and a little bit better. It doesn't have to increase in scope necessarily, but we want it to be better because all of these other new things have made the entire industry as a whole better.
Yeah.
And I also want them, this is mainly focused at EA, I'm saying it, stop locking so many things behind DLC.
Yes.
The first time I played Dragon Age Inquisition, I had not played any of the DLC for Dragon Age 2, and I didn't understand what was going on. I didn't understand why the BBEG was so big, bad, and scary. Like, I'd never heard of this person, but like everybody else had. And it was like deeply infuriating that in order to understand the plot of the game, the main game, I had to play a DLC from the second game. I had to pay extra other than just the base game in order to understand the plot.
Yeah.
Also, 100,000% off topic right now. We have honey bread going in our bread maker right now, and it smells so fucking good.
Ooh. It does sound really, really nice.
Anyway, back to video games.
No, but yeah, what I want personally, and I think that would make everything better, everything creative better, is to just make what you are passionate about, what sparks your soul, what makes you go, hell yeah, oh my god, I'm so excited, because it will only be amazing. And big AAA people can't do that anymore because they are they have so much stress and like again, as we said, they are being pushed to make these games and make the next big money maker.
Honestly, I would not be sad if a bunch of developers left big AAA and made smaller indie studios themselves and just made their passion project.
Oh, for sure.
There is the person, I think it's a German video game, I don't know, but it's Siedler, and it's like a city building game type thing, and a lot of people grew up with it, and it was like amazing. They killed the game, absolutely. It's like now you have to pay, now it's like online, but it's really shitty and it doesn't work, and you have to, like, you know, there's a lot of paying going on. And the developer who made the game, like the guy who invented it, left the studio and is making his own, like, I think it's like Pioneers of Palia or something like that. It's making his own game, and his passion project game, he's like, I'm gonna make my game from back then even better now, right?
And that's totally awesome.
Yeah. And the thing is also with the indie people, like, don't get so mad about it. Just take something, learn something from this process of these developers who were able to move masses to get the hype up. Yes, it was an old title from the games that a lot of people grew up on, but I never knew about Baldur's Gate. It was my first I played the old games because of Baldur's Gate 3, because I'm so hyped that I want to understand the story, so I went through a fucking 10-hour stream just to end this game, so I can understand what we are, you know, I can see the city, I can walk through, and I'm like, oh my god, yeah, I've seen the Blushing Mermaid, you know, all of that, but that is because of Baldur's Gate 3, because I saw Astarion in MMO Girl's video, and I was like, holy shit, what is this game? This looks amazing.
This game? You mean this man catered specifically to your tastes?
Yes, hello. I mean, he's... Yeah.
The fun thing about that is Lorian thought that people would hate him.
Yes. I think, didn't they try to make
my
him...
fiance doesn't like him, so...
A lot of...
He was not supposed to be a likable character, but half of the player base latched onto him when we're like, we love him.
I have a theory about that.
Latches onto you.
Yep.
Hey! And I mean, it's because they're all vampire fuckers. I'm gonna say it. It's because everybody who loves him is a vampire fucker.
Well, that's actually not true. It's not true, Liz. He's just really pretty.
True, but not only that...
The fact that he is a vampire is completely secondary. I don't give a crap.
I have to say, the first time I saw Astarion, hated him in Tibic's stream. Okay, she was streaming it. She was simping over Astarion. She was like, no, Lena, you have to trust me. This man is beautiful. I was like, he's arrogant. He's awful. Like, why does he even look like that? Ew, no. Right? So it's not about his looks. No, really, that was legit what happened. I hated him.
I get it. No, trust me. I like him a lot too. Don't get me wrong. I'm just joking around.
I know. But it's his 100%. I have a theory. It's his personality. And the thing is, I see a lot of guys, normally like heterosexual men, hate on him or not like him. Not hate, like some hate, some say, oh, he's cringe, whatever, but they don't like him. They don't understand the appeal of Astarion. Many women do, and when you hear women talk about Astarion, they're like, oh, I can see that he has this facade, you know, and he only needs somebody who wants to love him. And because I truly think that mostly women, or really like empathic people who are, you know, very much in tune with their emotions,
we see his suffering and we want to help him.
We can see through it so easily. It's so transparent.
You don't need to fix him. He's fine. No. He just needs love.
I really don't
I'm
think.
Joking.
Yeah, I know. I really think, and you can. He is so traumatized and broken that we empathize with that. But the thing is, his sass, right? His I could leave or take your chin, right? His flirtiness, we are latching onto that. If you don't understand why women like Astarion, learn from him. Be emotionally unavailable, but flirt, and then open up. Ooh, you're gonna have all the women.
To be fair, out of everybody from the companions, he is the only one to flirt with us before certain things happen later in the game.
He looks
at us, he flirts, he gauges our interest or disinterest, and then He waits a while, and then he tries again. Just a little bit at a time, which nobody else does.
I have a feeling that he's also kind of, if you think about it, it's hidden, but he's also kind of the only emotionally available person in a way. In the way of he really wants to open up that he can't hide it, and it just bursts out. Like him being
You're
like,
trying
oh,
to tell me that the rest of the party is emotionally unavailable? Are you trying to tell me that the
What?
wizard's still in love with a goddess? The warlock obsessed with his patron, the Gith Yankee who just, she's doing her best, and then the amnesiac Shar cleric. You're telling me none of them are emotionally available? Really?
what? I would never. But that's the crazy thing. Like, why is the vampire boy, like, just being like, oh, will you leave me when we have these tadpoles out of our heads?
Girl, the bar is so low for being emotionally available in this game.
True. I mean, did you guys know? I didn't know that. When you kill the Druid Grove, Helton is okay with it. When you, like, slaughter, because my sibling did that, they slaughtered the entire Druid Grove, Helton came back and he was like, oh, this is sad, but okay, I understand.
Understandable, have a nice day.
Yeah, no, and he comes with you. He's still coming with you, and he's still okay with it. And he's like, yeah, you did what natural order needed.
It depends, because like in a lot of other playthroughs, if you destroy the grove, he comes to your camp with 2 summoned wolves and he attacks you.
I guess the
That's
Shadow
what I
Druids
know
have
about
to
Helton.
come out? I don't know. It's very interesting though, because I was like, yeah, I only thought like he would get all mad about it.
I mean, he does in one version of it.
Yeah, 100%.
But that's the thing. There are so many permutations and variables that is only one thing that happens. And what your other person has explained is he still goes with you anyways. That's a completely different permutation that happened. And there's just so many of them. Nobody will ever have the same game twice.
And that's what
It's
they
quite
said too,
possible
right?
that nobody will ever have the same game.
Yes, and that's also, I love that too, for from like the perspective of a creator, a content creator. It's like whatever you watch,
Like crazy.
you need to watch people, because it's like you will never be able to see it all.
Mm-hmm.
And even if you watch, let's say, if somebody watches Wolfhard, and me do a playthrough, and somebody else, it's gonna be like completely different playthroughs.
The only time when there will be anything similar is in the multiplayer. Everybody who is in that game is going to experience the same ending as one another, but never any other time.
Yeah.
And that's
Very
what
true.
I'm definitely looking forward to the most. Is like I'm going to be playing on PlayStation, so I've got to wait until September 6th. So an extra month from you guys. But eventually, they said that cross-play would be coming to PC and consoles at some point. Maybe it's going to be like a year from now or something, but all of us could play together in a game and actually have the same ending for once.
It would be so
And
funny and
that's really
chaotic.
cool.
The Hive Minds run. We have to do it.
I can't believe we have to steel cage deathmatch each other for who's gonna sleep with Asterion.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I think I might do what I'm going to do for my first playthrough there, where I'm just going to play, and if one of the origin characters or NPCs happens to fall for me, I'll just go with that relationship.
Yeah.
Because they can romance you just as much as you can romance them. They can come to you and say, hey, I like what you're doing. Do you want to start a relationship? It doesn't just have to be you. They can do that on their own.
Daddy Halson smiling at you in bear form.
I'm not doing that.
Girl!
Oh my god.
God, I wish I didn't have ears, so I could not hear that.
Oh my god. Well, that's a beautiful waypoint to go into the panel from hell from July. Because if you haven't seen it and you lived under a rock in the Baldur's Gate 3 community because it was everywhere, Halsin fucked Astarion as a bear. I love Larian. I love that they put that in the game just because people can do it. And I love that they chose to show that on their reveal panel.
They got in so much trouble.
Yeah, I mean, they showed whole, like, you can see
Absolutely worth it.
the whole junk from Halsin in there. I was too afraid to do anything with that footage because YouTube went wild about anything Baldur's Gate. Same with Twitch, by the way. It is rated as mature.
Twitch and YouTube both started comparing notes with one another after that particular stream, specifically to counter what Lorien did. So that tells you something.
Yeah, it was. It's gonna be wild, okay? It's gonna be wild. And if you plan on streaming the game anywhere, make sure you have protection to censor your screen very quickly. You never know what will happen.
I mean, I'm gonna play in streamer mode. But, like, yeah, it is kind of wild how, like, fucking hard they cracked down on all of that.
Yeah.
I'm really excited and interested to see what they did with the streamer mode, because in the panel from hell, they actually did censor everything. To a point. Like, there was always, like, a piece of grass in the way and something, but in one frame, you can see Halsin's whole junk. Everything. I'm trying to hold back on a joke, and I'm not gonna do it. So it's...
Say the joke.
No.
Say the joke.
No. It's just that, it's just, you can see as much detail that you know that he's not circumcised. That's how
it's the
detailed it
natural
is.
way.
Like, you know what? Yeah, it is the natural order. And, I mean,
Is there
Red Dead...
circumcision in the D&D world?
Yeah.
Yes, there is. Astarion is most certainly circumcised because he's a noble. 100%.
Liz is like, I don't know.
Wow, I love learning things.
Oh, they also revealed that you can actually choose your genitalia in the character creation.
Yeah, there's only a couple of
one.
them though.
Yeah, I mean, I don't need 20 genitalias to choose from. I'm
What?
okay with like 3 if we have 2 body types that we. Yeah, you can choose your genitalia.
4 body types.
Yeah. 4. Yeah, for some races. For some races 4. For others 2. I think.
Yes. Yes.
This is like, what the fuck?
And I actually would like to talk a little bit about the character creator because they changed it so completely.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just going off to that so Liz has a time to restart her brain.
Yeah.
Like, they've added a few more heads, they've added loads of hair. They've allowed us to two-tone tiefling horns. They've allowed us to have different skin conditions. Like, we've got freckles, we've got the intensity for the freckles, we have aging, so you can make yourself look older or younger. We've got skin conditions like vitiligo. And, like, it's really neat that they would add these things.
Yeah. Also,
Like,
you can
little
make
tiny things like that are really cool.
awesome characters. I love that because, like, my dream D&D character is a bard. Like, every time I want to play D&D, I'm just thinking about this high elf, like, red-headed bard with, like, green eyes and being, having freckles. And just the hottest, cutest little bard there is.
And you can do it now.
And I can do it now! I was so excited when I saw the freckle. I was like, hell yeah! My dreams are coming true.
I give every single character I ever make in anything ever freckles because it is the best defining feature.
It's so cute.
And there's so much different stuff you can do now. And now you can do like 3 tones for your hair instead of just 2 that they did the last time that they made a big thing.
Oh, I love that.
I'm very excited.
Oh, I'm gonna stay way too long on the
like
character creator.
Different races get different things specifically for them and things of that nature. The only 3 that didn't really have something specific to them were the gnomes, halflings, and the half-orcs. But everyone else had something specific to them.
Yeah. I mean, the Dragonborn class. A class
The
race.
Dragonborns are very cool. Yeah.
They look so gorgeous. The way their scales, they added the luminosity to it. Whenever like the sun shines differently on them, they shine differently. That's insane.
Yeah.
And I love that they also thought about something for the dragon blood sorcerer.
The draconic sorcerer.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
2-tone scales are really nice.
that looks really cool. I just lost what I had in my mind. Maybe it's gonna come later to me again, and I'm just gonna burst out with, oh yeah, this. Oh yeah, there we go. No, I saw somebody saying they missed, like they didn't get the Dragonborns right. They just don't look right. And I was just like, dude, you understand that one, these still need to work in cutscenes. They still need to work with romances.
Yes.
They look like real lizards. Like, I think they did a great job. With the scales and how to put the scales and the mouths and everything.
What I want to know is what they thought Dragonborns were supposed to look like, because this is what, like, this everything about the reveal that they did for the Dragonborns, and I think everything that they have for them is really cool. And yeah, I don't know, like I think it's great. So
I think they're just whining about something because they want to whine about something.
I like that the male and the female versions are distinguished by the smile.
And not by their lizard titties.
Yes, they are not
I said
Argonians.
it. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
The lusty Argonian maid.
Yeah, I don't know.
Noticed that the males and the females are like differentiated in my mind by this light smile that they have. Like the males definitely have bigger maws, but the females just have this natural smile to them. They're just like constantly zoned out and happy. Relatable.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I think it's a really, really nice take on, like, because you just, y'all know what I mean. It's really exhausting to see, like, a male character look, standard, and then a female character, for some odd reason, have massive honking badonka honks.
Yeah.
And, like, as a person with a biology degree, it drives me insane when people give, like, reptiles titties. It drives me insane.
Yeah,
they're not mammals. There's no reason. Even the lizard, even the types of reptiles that have live births, because there are some, they're called squamates, don't feed their young with milk, so they don't need to. So I don't know. It's just like a huge, massive pet peeve of mine when they're like, "This is our male lizard, anthropomorphic lizard thing, and this is our female one. She has boobs," and it's like, why?
I mean, just make them a little bit smaller and slimmer. Like, there's very obvious sexual dimorphism that you could use from real life.
I really think it's just because, titties and attraction. We need to, logic does not apply. We need titties.
Our female characters aren't fuckable if we don't give them titties. Anyway.
Who cares about their mind? We need titties. Oh my god. But they could also do it like platypuses, right? Just sweat out the milk. Let the kids just lick it off their skin.
True.
Now my brain has gone 404.
Yeah. But it looks so cool, and I love that in like any stage that you're in, you can change the appearance.
Oh, and everybody gets piercings and tattoos if they want.
Oh, that's really cool. And we can finally see the faces. There's no goddamn switching around and being like, oh, which hair do I want? I don't know. Let me see. What was hair 30 or hair 49? Going through everything. Excuse me?
I said, yeah, we can actually finally see them.
Yeah. That's a big improvement, especially when you're somebody like me who spends way too long in character creation and you just, try out different hairs and you have to go through every single hair just to find yours again. And then you forgot, was it this or that?
My very first episode of the game when it comes out finally for me, the very first episode is just going to be me making my character, so I'm going to have to skip it entirely.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's going to take 45 minutes.
This, my Discord icon, my Dragon Age Inquisition character, I spent an hour
She looks
on
so
her
good.
and the character. I spent so much time on her, and that's why she's my icon and everything, is because I have to show off how much time I spent in the character creator.
I did the exact same thing with Inquisition in my character. I was there for at least an hour, maybe an hour and a half.
I mostly spend my time in, let's say, Sims 4, just making Sims, and I can easily spend 6 hours on one Sim. No joke. So when I record my Let's Plays, I normally cut out the character creation part because I can sit there for an hour to 2 hours and just try out different colors and everything like that. So being on stream this time, it's good that I have my mind set on that, the hot as high elf, redheaded, freckled, red eyes, green-eyed beauty that I have in my mind.
I'm going in completely on gut, so I'm not going to know until I get to that point. But yeah, my first episode's gonna have to start after character creation because otherwise I'm gonna be there for a long time.
Yeah. It is. It does take a long while. Great. My brain just no. Cool. I had something else I wanted to say. It's gone.
Well, look at the list. See if it's on the list.
No, it was character creation. Something about. I was thinking about green eyes next to red eyes, and it's like it's the color wheel opposites.
Oh yeah, you could do the heterochromia.
Heterochromia? Yeah. Zagreus, my beloved green eye, red eye. Anyway, sorry, I love Hades too much.
Oh, that's beautiful. I have not played Hades yet, but I have it on my list. I have so many games. I never played Dragon Age, like any Dragon Age game. I have so many. I never even finished The Witcher. I started it like 5 times.
I'll say it. I don't like The Witcher anyway.
I can't say it. I never played it, but I have played the early access of Baldur's Gate 3 for 500 hours. That's what I do. And most times I just spend staring at a Saurian.
Understandable.
But for the July panel, the revelations that we got about the game being like we have, I don't know, I don't think it was said in the panel, but we have about 17,000 possible variations of the ending.
That's something that came out after the end of it, yes.
Yeah.
That was all permutations across the entire game into the final number of endings, because there are also multiple endings. All together, that comes out to 17,000 possible variations of the endings.
Does that stress you out? I am stressed. I'm like, nobody dies, please. Everybody stay alive.
It's like in one ending, maybe somebody from the Grove died. In another ending, maybe they didn't die. You just go into smaller and smaller details all the way through.
And you might miss out on quests, because, I mean, we saw...
Oh, you're absolutely going to miss out on quests, yes. They stated that in one of the interviews, that if you were, say, playing a druid, you would have speak with animals, and you would run into a whole bunch of animal-related quests that you would otherwise probably miss because you wouldn't think about it.
Mm-hmm. And like,
so we're absolutely gonna miss stuff.
Like
And that's okay.
Eredin, he can die so easily in the first part of the game, but he has at least one pretty important quest for us, and then 2, we saw him in the panel in Baldur's Gate 3, in Baldur's Gate in the city, standing in front of some temple or something like that.
And the same thing with Alfira. She was also in the city playing her lute.
Mm-hmm.
But they can easily die
Mm-hmm.
long before they ever get to Baldur's Gate, if ever.
Yeah.
And that would be just a different variation on one of the endings.
That's crazy. I'm gonna be stressed being like, everybody stay alive.
Don't be stressed. Not everyone is gonna live.
I know. I'm gonna be so sad. Now actually my decisions will matter. I will have little crises over every decision.
I'm pretty sure that we're going to lose at least a couple of people along the way because we're not going to be able to please everybody.
Oh, 100%.
And that's just a fact.
That's why you have to play it again
if you're
and again.
really fucked up, you could also just give Astarion back to Kazdor and leave him, and that's how you lose somebody.
Yeah, that is also an option.
To the
yes.
Monster Hunter.
Or you could give him to the Monster Hunter really early on. Yeah.
Ooh, while we're on the topic.
Or you could just kill him and mess up Kazdor's plans right from the get-go.
True. I would be interested what happens with his scar then. But because that just came into my mind. We also got they revealed something about the romances. That it's not just do quest A, B, C, follow this path, get the approval system, and bam, bam, bam. You know, you get bam, bam, bam. But you actually, you don't just have, you know, the sexy time. You actually have a partner that, and people you work on the relationship with them, and people react to you being together, being in a relationship together, and it's so sweet. I love that. And
you know, sometimes you might have to fight and like work out your differences, and like that's what you got to do.
Exactly.
Otherwise, you could end up as a sacrifice in somebody's sex right or something. You know, if you just go with the flow.
You know, maybe I'm into that.
Yeah, don't kink shame me. Oh my god. But they also said that sometimes it might be better to fight somebody's viewpoints than to just blindly agree with them. And I love that because, again, so much realism. Just as I said in like my portion of the collab, realism is something that we have a lot of realism, but that I still want more of in the game. That I was already really pleased with that we had to eat, you know. But same as Mizu, I really want my own place somewhere where I can sleep. Maybe we could even enter that.
Something instead of having your own tent, share one something.
I mean, that's the potential, but the tents are so small.
Hey, you know what?
What?
Gotta do what you gotta do sometimes.
True. I mean, cuddling up together.
Cuddle for warmth.
And I heard when you're naked, you get warmer faster. But
are you sure?
I heard
Not
that.
with Astarion.
Can you cite your sources?
But I want also just the chest, right? That is standing in our camp. That's all we get. I'm just a bit the chest is fine, we need it, but like if it would be in my own tent, I would be a little bit more happy.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at with my answer to that particular question in the questionnaire. Is like, when there is no tent for Tav, I feel kind of excluded because I have no place for myself. Everybody else has their own place they can retreat to if they want, but we have nothing. And I don't know if that ever gets replaced because it just disappeared after one of the patches and never came back.
Maybe if enough people say it, or we might get a DLC for like Heathen Home. But it's also what they changed with the new camp clothes. It's that what was the camp was lacking in some parts. Like it didn't feel like, oh, this is our home now, and we are, not only
So
strangers,
where are we
but
supposed to keep our camp clothes if we have no tent?
yeah, true.
In the rain.
That's the thing too. What happens if it rains? We have no tent.
How you liking the rain, girl?
All we have is like a sleeping bag around the fire, and that's it.
True. I love what they already changed around the camp, right? That we have different campsites wherever we go. That was one big thing that I loved.
And that's another thing. They told us that we will have other actual camps, not just the river camp. And that's like not including the mini camps whenever we go to other places.
It makes sense because when you're moving on from that druid place to like the next part of the story, because for me it never really made sense.
You just have your camp way back in there and you're going back and forth.
You're like 5 miles away from it. I don't know if miles are far, but like 5 kilometers or something like that. And then you walk back just to sleep there. It makes no sense.
I mean, technically you don't need to walk back because of fast travel, but only if you can find a portal.
Yeah. But
I
that's
walked
the
to prove a point.
But yeah,
and
that's
they did say that we could sleep in the taverns and inns once we got to Baldur's Gate as well. So that's another thing too. We could spend our time at any of the inns that we know about. And there's quite a few.
I mean, yeah, it's I also want to see if they implemented the same mechanic as there is in Baldur's Gate 1, where you can get different styles of rooms for different amounts of money.
That would be really nice because I would get the feather bed every time.
Like the what was it, merchant bed, I think, or was it no? I don't know. Anyhow, but having like a big beautiful room, and then you can share rooms maybe.
If you have a romantic partner, absolutely.
Yes.
If you need to bunk up with a couple of people, yeah, okay, sure, why not?
Yeah, but like, bathtub,
I would absolutely like a little bathtub, yeah.
If they thought, honestly, because I have played, or like I haven't finished it, but I've played Original Sin, there were bathtubs everywhere. Okay, so I feel like, and even in Baldur's Gate 3, when you walk through the inn, there's bathtubs, like the thingies that also Geralt uses.
In the bedroom, I think that would be nice.
If they have added bear sex, okay, if they thought about that, then I hope they thought about going into an inn in a room and having a bathtub there.
Absolutely.
Yeah. If I'm going to Baldur's Gate and I have a warm room and bath, yes, I'm gonna take it. Like, just imagine myself in the game, like, immerse myself. Been on the road for so long, I'm gonna take a hot bath. If they tell me it's not the time for a bath, I'm gonna flip a table.
Well, that's another thing. Like I had mentioned a couple podcasts ago, that I hope that there's a bathhouse.
Yes.
Because I would love to go to a bathhouse with everybody.
Ooh.
I think that would be like a bonding thing for the party as a whole.
And maybe with some holds. Sorry.
And even if it was just like with your romantic other, it would be just fine.
Yeah.
I'd really enjoy that.
It would be cute. I'm thinking, what else was revealed? We have cutscenes that is like longer.
So many cutscenes. Oh, Orin. Orin got introduced to us.
Tell me again who that is, because I don't know.
Orin is our third chosen of the Absolute.
Oh yeah. The murder mommy.
Yeah.
I just know her under murder mommy. Okay. Gen Z is strong and with me. Within me.
So we have all three of our Chosen of the Absolute now, and each of them follows one aspect of the Dead Three. We've got Ketheric Thorn, who follows Merkel. We have Everett Gortash, who follows Bane. And we have Orin, who follows Ball.
Oh god, she is murder mummy.
Love that
And
for her.
she also has the ability to shapeshift. And they mentioned that she might secretly replace somebody in camp. So that's something to, pay attention to, maybe.
Ooh. Oh no. Oh, is she a ball spawn?
Cannot wait
No.
until she replaces Astarion and
No.
in Lena's playthrough
Oh,
when
I
they're in the
would
middle of doing it, and then
cry.
she reveals that she's not Astarion, and then Lena Alta forced the game.
If she kills Astarion to take his face because he is the one she stalked us and knows we trust him the most and turns into him, I'm gonna cry on stream. I'm gonna have actual. I had one mental breakdown on stream playing Little Misfortune. This is gonna be worse.
I had an experience like that once in Mass Effect 2 when I was doing the Archangel mission because I absolutely love Garrus. And when he got shot, I was like, I'm gonna have to restart the entire game and try to find out how to not get him dead. Until I realized that he was okay, and he just had a face patch on afterwards, and it's like, oh thank God. I was ready to restart the entire thing from scratch just so he would live.
There's a copium joke in there about Thane and Mass Effect 3, but anyway. Oh, yeah.
Now I'm afraid of Murder Mummy.
You should be.
I am.
I would, yeah.
And
but they also told us not to just outright kill her right away because there was a whole bunch of interesting missions and things to learn with her.
Ooh, the Dark Urge and then romancing Murder Mummy. Hello.
If she's romanceable, I mean that's a thing.
They thought about romancing a bear. I feel like everything is possible at this point.
Can I romance my fellow players in our
That's the one thing I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think they said anything about it. I don't know if it's possible. I mean, maybe. Shouldn't be
eyes
too
emoji.
complicated. Just
I know nothing about
on,
coding, but
I guess
you
it
and your
depends on how hot we
husband
make
just
our characters, right, Liz?
I only make hot characters, so
True. I mean, same.
I made a shepherd in Mass Effect one time, and I didn't realize, because you couldn't do full profile in that game, you can only do 3/4 and forward on in the original Mass Effect character creator. I got into the very first cutscene where you see your character from the side profile, and I went, oh no, and I Alta for'd the game.
I mean, you have to stare
And
at your own
I just
face a
went
lot.
back.
Same in oh my god, in when you're on the Nautiloid and you stand, I think you're talking to Lae'zel and the light hits you, really nice. Lae'zel looks in that ooh. Every time I see her, I'm like, God, she's so beautiful.
After she jumps down and she's like, Kashyyyk.
Yes.
Spawn. You're no spawn. Lucky.
And when the way it hits us and we see ourselves kind of for the first time in light and not inside where it's dark.
Yeah.
And you see your character and you're just your jaw drops and you're just oh, you're so beautiful. Oh my God. And I hope we get long hair. I want long luscious hair, open long luscious hair.
Long hair. There is some.
Oh, I hope so. I know there's the little braids, but I want open. Kind of
I remember
my hair, but
they did say
nicer.
something along the lines of they had added 80 more hairstyles, I think they said, during the panel.
Yes, please. Because the only wavy kind of long open hair we have is Marina's, and that stuff looks she was being kept by a hag for a few weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
game, but Murder Mummy. I'm excited. I think we speculated that they wouldn't show us the third chosen, but
Well, I figured they had to. They had
why?
gone through the other two. It only made sense that they would show us the third.
Mm-hmm.
The one thing I did notice about her, oh no, two things I noticed about her. One was that she's got this swirly pattern going on with her skin, and I wonder if maybe she might not be like a doppelganger of some sort,
Mm-hmm. I mean,
or like just somebody who can naturally transform instead of using magic to do so.
oh yeah. Yeah, in Baldur's Gate 1, the shapeshifters were called doppelgangers.
Yeah.
Doppelganger. It's a funny
But
I mean, yeah,
then-
that's
it's
just
a
a
German word.
D&D monster is a doppelganger.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah. And then about a week and a half ago, I was rewatching some old videos for Minthara, and one of the things that popped up was that Minthara is a follower of Orin. So we know that those two are directly connected.
Makes sense for her as a drow. To be like, ooh, strong murder mommy.
Although in the panel, during one of the scenes between Sven and one of the other guys there, they did show like what happened when we finally got to the Moonrise Towers and she was talking to Ketheric Thorm.
Ooh, spoiler by the way.
We did get a little bit of an answer to like when she attacked us in our sleep at our camp and was like, meet us at the Moonrise and the Absolute will be such and maybe from there we can go and do things. But yeah, she falls under Mrs. Murder Mommy, as you say.
Yes. We are using the well, it's not pet names, but I forgot what it's called.
Code names.
no, that's her God-given name.
Yes. Same with Daddy
Orin
Hansen.
is her nickname.
There
I
we go,
was
nickname is what
also
it's called.
right about her like really tight clothing too.
I think they did a great job to
Yeah.
give some eye candy to everyone.
Yeah, so I definitely think she's like an assassin rogue type. So I was definitely right about the body shape thing going on there
Ooh.
the last time.
Mhm. Also, how did we find the reveal of the Dark Urge in the
how
panel?
originally how or how they
No, just
went
like
about doing-
seeing what it can do, right? When we meet Gale.
I think it's interesting, kind of like in the first Baldur's Gate games. You can choose to lean into, say, the ball spawn aspect of yourself, or you can use that power to try and do good things. For the Dark Urge, it's sort of the same deal. You can lean into what your body is telling you, like rip things apart, make things bleed, murder, or you can try to fight against that and get past whatever this thing is in your mind that's telling you to do all these terrible things.
That's so interesting though. Do we think that maybe all three come together in the Dark Urge? Like the three, Dead 3? Or do we think it's
I
like
don't know.
connected to one in particular?
Yes.
Okay.
There are a few cutscenes that do suggest that the Dark Urge is more akin to Ball,
Mm-hmm.
and a lot of the Dark Urges are similar to the Ball spawn.
Yeah, I mean, Ball plays a big role in all three games, I think. It makes sense that it would also play a big part in Baldur's Gate 3. To kind of connect to the stories of the... I don't know, but I don't know the story of Baldur's Gate 2 yet, but now I know the story of Baldur's Gate 1, so it makes a lot of sense to have similarities there.
And like one major change that I've noticed that's happened is Will.
Yeah.
Will was completely rewritten. He got a new voice actor and everything.
I
And
don't
some
know
of
how to feel
the
about
previous
that.
things, and some of the previous things we went over with him may no longer be valid.
Like him being a brat.
Well, yeah, that too, but like things with Mizora. It doesn't look like Mizora is captured anymore. So that might be an aspect that's completely changed.
Mm-hmm.
Because there are cutscenes with her and Will at camp or other places. And I don't know that you would rescue her that quickly.
Yeah.
And it looks like he was summoning her. So that aspect of the game may have completely changed.
But maybe it's just like a shadow aspect of her. I don't know how it works, but maybe like they can...
Well, they rewrote the entire thing, so...
Yeah. I don't know how it will feel if I hear him talk and it's a completely different person and I've been hearing him talk for 3 years, just doing his kind of cheesy, not really hitting jokes.
Well, if you want to hear the new voice actor, during the last major thing they did, they had an animation where they were fighting a frog.
Oh.
And the new voice actor is there.
Oh, okay. I will have to listen to that again because I thought there was something that didn't quite match, and I was like, ooh, is
they also
fan made
changed,
or?
Karlach. They also changed Karlach's voice actor as well, and that would be there in that video as well.
Really?
Yeah, both Karlach and Will have completely new voice actors, but Will was completely rewritten.
Crazy.
And now
in the panel,
Will
I thought Karlach sounded pretty much like herself, but I will have to go back and listen to it.
And now there's like this thing between Karlach and Will where they do not have a friendly relationship, sort of like Shadowheart and Lizelle.
Enemies to lovers, I'm calling it. Same with Lizelle and Shadowheart.
You can do that if you want.
Or maybe even Gale and Shadowheart. I mean, they already started flirting.
I mean, Gale tried. Shadowheart did not like it.
She was intrigued, kinda. She
Really?
just doesn't know where to put him.
She was like, we'll see.
I mean, Lizelle tries to romance Will all the time.
You know?
Yeah, I mean...
Respect.
And Will seems to be into it. But I love when she says, like, yeah, she's not gonna go back to him.
He was disappointing.
That's so funny.
Understandable. All that and all you get is friend.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, but yeah, for Will, I hated that. He kisses me and then he's like, oh, my eye, and then he's just, you do everything, you get all the checks and everything, and then you make love and he's like, yeah, friend. My jaw dropped.
Yeah, I worked so hard to make sure that he would sleep with me because I knew it was really difficult. And then he was like, that was great, pal. And I was like,
I'm not your friend with benefits, buddy.
Sir, I was looking for commitment.
Yeah.
But, you know?
And then we get Astarion, just when you don't know it and you talk to him the first time and he's just like, hello, lover. And you're just like,
and okay.
Oh my
Are we there yet?
I think Lizelle is actually a pretty good gauge of how the guys are because she's got comments on all of them.
Yep.
I mean, you know, just so long as they're not doing it in front of Tav, I'm okay.
Yeah.
True.
Gale is apparently too chatty. Will is a disappointment. Astarion puts in extra effort. She'll go back.
Because like he just wants to be loved. He's just like, please praise me.
You know, I'm willing to bet that Gale, you know, Gale's like, this is great, but you know what was better? Mistra.
Yeah.
And like, you're cool and all, but you know, Mr. would have done this, and it's like, dude, you gotta, dude.
You
gotta
just
read the
can't
rules.
keep up with Gordusi, right? Doesn't work.
No, don't say that. No.
And just like a correction from back when we were talking about the gods and stuff, Midnight was a female mage, not a male mage.
Yes.
Midnight?
So, yeah,
Midnight is who took
was,
over for Mistra after Mistra.
Ah,
Bit the
okay,
dust.
okay. Sorry.
killed by Sirik. I believe it was Sirik who killed her.
Yeah. That sounds right, yeah.
I want to know if we
I don't
can
know, it's been
actually see her.
months.
And since then, we've also found out that Mistra has put down anchors for her powers to be split up. So, like, if something happens to her again, she won't be completely gone.
Yeah.
Understandable.
Yeah.
But it's the panel was amazing. I sadly missed half of it because I thought it would start at 7 p.m. my time as the normal time, but it started like I think an hour earlier.
An hour and a half earlier.
Oh my god, I missed so much. Oh
I
yeah.
was working, so
Yeah. I came
Well,
in.
That's why I was taking notes for you.
I came
I
in.
know, and I
No
appreciate
joke.
it so much.
No joke. When the whole Astarian Helsin scene started, I was sitting down, and I was like, "What the hell's going on? Oh my god," you know. And then I looked like the scribble. I was like, "Excuse me."
It happened. But that's the thing, too. You don't actually see it happen. It's just, it scrolls over to a squirrel dropping a nut. Because it's satire.
Well, we don't know that. For the Minthara romance, I thought it would also. The thing is, it zooms out somewhere else too for the cinematic value, right? It zooms out and then bam, it was like right in the face, and she was like between the legs of my top, and I was like screaming. I was like, what the fuck is going on? Where's Astarian?
What do you want?
My eyes!
Yeah, it really, I did not, because there was no other romance in the game yet. And then bam, boobs everywhere.
Minthara and Shadowheart. Those are the only two full romances that you could view.
But Shadowheart is so cute.
Shadowhearts is the sweetest. I don't take criticism. Next question.
I feel like she's gonna be the freakiest. Well, okay, Helsin is freaky as fuck here, but okay.
I think Shadowheart's gonna be the freakiest. Cuts to Halsin is a bear.
Yeah.
I mean, Shadowheart said that she liked short romances and she didn't mind the idea of tying you up with
Well,
love.
she also
But,
thinks
like-
she's a Shar, and she's probably a Selionite. Oh, do we think a
I
word?
mean, okay, you know, I feel like being tied up with rope is less freaky than getting fucked by a bear.
Oh
but,
my
like,
god, and him just
no.
being like, yeah, it's wild and large. And Astarian is just like, large is why I'm here. He just transforms back into the bear and smirks at him as a fucking bear.
Ugh.
It approaches him, and it's just like, you can see Astarian just, you know, his legs.
You know,
And it's just like, okay.
so sometimes I really want to know what sort of like direction they give to voice actors. So they're like, okay,
You are a
this is
bear
the
now.
scene we're set. You are getting fucked by a bear. What would your character do? And they're like, what do you
They have
mean?
to. Holy wait, they have to play it out in the 3D. Like, they are getting. You know what I mean? They have to play it out.
Yeah.
So their characters get animated correctly.
Awful. I could never do it. Could not be me.
You are a bear now. Please.
And that's why when the full game comes out, he's going to remain an elf.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh my god. I have
Tell
to
him
prepare.
calm the F down and then just go as an elf. If you
Yep.
want to do freaky bear stuff, that's after marriage.
True.
Oh, I want to know if we
You
can
did
marry.
not
Wait,
know
wait, didn't they
first.
say
No
we can
freaky
wait,
bear stuff till after marriage.
didn't they say
Yeah.
we can get married? Didn't they say you
In
might
some-
have
in
end up
some
married?
cases. In some cases. We don't know who we can marry. We just know that it's potentially a possibility.
I'll tell you, Sarian. Right now. Hands down.
I think, honestly, he would be the type not to get married.
I know, but maybe we're gonna have a weird vampire celebration and we say like forever, so that's kind of marriage.
Yeah, that's true. There is the potential that you can become a vampire.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, also for the tweet that we saw from Borislav about him being saying that
We're gonna have
there's
to make some tough choices.
yeah, tough decisions when Astarion's theme is involved.
Mm-hmm.
I could see that.
Well, personally, I'm just gonna tell him to stay as a spawn because
Same.
after they become a full vampire lord, like they completely change.
I will
Yep.
tell him that he's more free as a spawn than he would be as a vampire
Oh, yeah.
lord because his
And not
power
only
hungriness
that, but
will enslave him again.
I think that a vampire spawn also flies under the radar of a lot of like clerics and paladins and stuff, as opposed to a full-on vampire lord. They're going to be looking for the vampire lord, not a lowly spawn.
Yeah.
True.
And they don't think that they are powerful. They think, oh, it's a spawn. It's like,
Yeah, they're not as powerful as their masters. Hey, point us in the direction of your vampire lord, and it's like, he's over there. He's over there. Go smash his head in.
yeah.
You know.
I would also make sure he knows, you have me. You don't need power.
I definitely have a lot of different ideas of how I want his story to end, and I know that none of them are probably going to pan out, but I think a couple of ideas could be that he eventually has his own vineyard because he loves wine so much. Or like maybe a cover where he helps other vampire spawns get away from their masters.
No, I like this. Continue.
That's cute.
Another thing was like to sort of blend in, he could run a butcher shop because like nobody would think twice about him bleeding animals out.
What is this, Sweeney Todd?
No, just a regular butcher shop. That's all.
Yeah, I know, I'm kidding.
True, and the thing is, he needs to let them bleed out so he could just bleed them out quicker.
Like, what you would normally do is you would dump the blood down into the sewer system, but he doesn't have to. He can just drink it.
Yeah,
Then he's sustained every time that
Fully
he does.
sustainable and eco-friendly butcher shop.
Yeah.
and free
And
free food
and
for
he could
years.
be like a 24-hour one too, and then like other vampire spawn could come and work in the evenings. You know, it would make sense.
Mm-hmm.
If he wants to drink animal blood, which could be. I mean, he still was happy about the bear. Though, I mean, when he has us, we're always free to be like, yeah, drink.
I want to see what happens when he drinks dragon's blood.
Oh, yeah?
Ooh.
Okay.
Interesting. I never thought about that. He's getting
Because,
scaly.
he's like, some creatures have more energy in their blood than others. It's like a dragon would have a lot.
Mm-hmm.
You want to drink a dragon? Here, let me help.
Do you
Do you
want
think
to
his
drink
fangs
it,
could
right?
pierce the scales?
If you removed a couple of the scales, sure.
Belly?
I mean, you kill a dragon and then you just get into the carotid artery. You could definitely just shove his face in there and drink everything. he needs.
True.
I mean, the belly always looked a little bit more soft.
And honestly, if like they allowed it, what I would do is I would get some sort of a container, fill it with blood, and make it ever flowing, so he'd always have fresh blood.
Oh, yeah, like that mug that you fill with a liquid and it just keeps refilling it.
Or like the water jars that will have like 20 liters of water a day or whatever.
Uh-huh.
You could just do that with blood, and that would sustain him internally, honestly. He would have no need for drinking anyone else's blood, because he'd always have some on hand.
Becoming a necromancer like in Divinity Original Sin 2. And
Yeah.
I had the power to make it rain blood, and I had the perk of like stepping into blood and healing.
Mm-hmm.
So I was always just like drinking blood with
Good
my
perk.
feet. So I feel like that would be the same thing. He would
Delicious.
just lay like kids, right? Running outside trying to catch raindrops with their tongue. You would just run around like a little kid in the blood, like it's like so horrifying to see. But he would be so happy. It would be funny.
We would accidentally dye his hair red.
Oh my god.
I think he looks better with white hair, but you know.
I want to know if we can see maybe him as his old self somewhere. That would be cool.
I
don't know.
Like a
think
painting somewhere.
Or in
A
his
painting.
memories or something.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he says that his memories were like really muddled and he couldn't remember stuff from his past. Like he couldn't remember his face at all.
Subconsciously.
Which is why we're like, we should get the artist to paint a portrait of him, you know? Like, that would be nice.
Ooh, well, we're talking about the artist because we always wished for it. We got a little scene with Astarion trying to choke the artist, and they seem to have red eyes. I think glowing red eyes, though.
Glowing red eyes.
Like in a sexy way, or
No,
No.
in a vampiric way.
Like actually glowing. Well, I mean, Astarion's eyes don't glow like that.
No, but at the same time, he's no longer under the control by Cazador.
Ah.
And I was looking at the new updated version of his dream cutscene, and Cazador's eyes glow.
Oh shit. So the artist might now. That might also be why he,
And that's the thing too. Like, that's just another permutation. Like,
Oh.
did that happen because we free him? Did it happen because we didn't free him? Did it happen because we cost him 20 gold or 200 gold or no gold? Like, any number of things that we do could lead to that, but also that might never happen depending on what we do.
Plus, he's wearing Astarion's old clothing.
Yeah,
So
he's
it-
wearing his old outfit, and now Astarion is wearing his proper outfit from the promotional art.
If that was me, and I know, like, my old psychotic master was, like, out there, and there was a new vampire spawn in my old clothing, suddenly, somewhere where I'm going or whatever, I would also try to choke him out and be like, what the fuck is going on? What are you doing? What
But
is this?
that's another thing too, because now we're getting his promotional art outfit. That means the old outfit can go to a different character, so it wouldn't really be his old clothing, because he'd be wearing his old clothing, which is the promotional art stuff. We've just
Yeah.
known him in this whole stuff.
Yeah,
for
it
so
could
long.
it could be that it's not actually his
Yeah.
outfit, and it was just like a thing he wore just because it was
stand-in.
there, or he is freaking out about entering the city in his old clothes, and he wants new clothes, right? And we have to get him, like, I don't know, some nice clothes because he's like, I'm a noble, blah blah blah.
I have seen like updated stuff from the panel where like people were playing the game, and he is in his new clothes now right from the start.
Okay, from the start. Okay.
And they
Yeah.
are so pretty. I absolutely love his outfit.
Yes. I never knew why he had it. He wasn't wearing his, like, what we know him in.
Yeah,
In
they
the
had to get all the other stuff done first.
artwork, yeah.
And like now he's got fine beading and stuff like that on the outfit. And
Yeah.
you can tell like it's really high quality.
It's also so weird. Why would Cazador give him, like, such expensive, beautiful clothes? Maybe
Because he's supposed to attract people because he is so beautiful, so then they'll go down to the crypts with him.
Yeah,
yep.
I think that makes sense.
Like they said when we read his mind for the first time, that he was seducing a young noble to follow him, but then he got kidnapped by the mind flayers.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, it's all about sexuality and trying to lure people in.
Yeah, but I mean,
And that's why he would have something really nice.
yeah, but the thing is, like, his old stuff that he was wearing was fine too, but it
It
wasn't
also looked
as
pretty good.
Because if we
Yeah.
think back to, I mean, I don't really know how it works in D&D, but if we think medieval, red and purple are extreme expensive colors to come by.
Noble. The purple specifically is like a noble color.
Yeah, because it's very expensive and rare.
Yeah, and I mean, if you think about it too, like, as a magistrate, as like somebody who worked for the city, he would have been paid really decently. So it makes sense that he would have something like that.
Yeah.
Or if it was given to him by Cazador, Cazador also likes to make sure to like do stuff with money and manipulate people with money.
Or yeah,
So give Astarion something really fancy to wear
or
to lure people in, because it's like, hey, he's got a lot of money.
yeah, or to also send messages to other vampires or whatever to stay away, or you know, like, oh, these are my pawns, like kind of like chihuahuas, right? Like, oh, my chihuahua is wearing Dolce and Gabbana, just to show it off, right?
Stop.
We also don't know like how many spawn are being sent out into the city, because as far as we are aware, only Astarion was. But there could be others. We just don't know.
Yeah. I'm also interested in the story behind the Monster Hunter, because somebody said where we had the theory about the hag being behind it, and she saw something with Astarion and him probably having like a big something like in his future or something. Yeah. That maybe they don't even want to kill him if you hand him over, but
yeah, like they never said that they were going to kill him. He just needed to be brought back alive to Baldur's Gate. We don't know anything else from that.
Yeah.
I mean, one theory was that it was Cazador that paid them to do it, but it might not have been.
Yeah.
Because there are so many different story plots from different parts of the world in general just happening. None of them have to be related.
True. Just because looking at the time, do we have anything else where you want to like really talk about for the July panel? I mean, I'm really excited to play with the orc as well, the half orcs, like a female barbarian orc.
Oh,
ooh.
There is one thing.
Mm-hmm.
They showed us an updated version of the Dream Lover.
Oh yeah.
And of the Illicit Power Tree, because now we have one.
Mm-hmm.
I guess overwhelmingly, the feedback they got for the Dream Lover was not positive.
Mm-hmm.
So the Dream Lover is no more, as far as I'm aware.
It's kind of sad.
Kind of, but I also didn't really like the Dream Lover.
No, but the appeal of it was like, why is this weird? Why is this creepy? Then you can have this whole romance in your own head, and everybody had some other visions and stuff like that. But I think it's the same thing as with Will or Astarion, or Shadowheart, because she came across way too bitchy, and they changed her a bit.
Yeah, all of the characters got changed from the way that they originally were. But this one, they changed it to what is now known as the Guardian. I don't know if you can change their appearance like the Dream Lover. I'm going to assume that you can, but if not, what we have been shown is some sort of a drow woman in some gold armor. And you're in this space in your own head that is full of different geometric patterns and rainbow colors and stuff, and it's really cool. And that has taken over for the Dream Lover, and she will urge you to like use your powers and things like that, or he if they'll have a male version of it.
So it definitely is the tadpole.
It seems to be
Probably.
telling you to use them more.
Which is which is interesting, because the thing was, if you never, that's what I mean with like, you have to play early access. Now it's kind of too, well, when this podcast comes out, you have a few more days. But one thing that we were able to figure out was what drives every character, what's their innermost desire. For mostly everybody, it was sex, power, and love, I think, is what Shadowheart put it like nicely into words. And I think everybody had that. I don't know about Lae'zel.
Astarion was run by
Astarion-
fear,
Yeah. Astarion was
but everybody
different.
else,
And
everyone
that's-
else was given promises, power, and romance and stuff. Like Gale saw Mistra, Lae'zel saw Vlaakith, Shadowheart saw somebody that she was very attracted to. Didn't really hear too much from Will.
I just
But I
assumed
guess
that
it
it
was
was
like
kind of
the
the
lure of
same
power.
thing for them. But yeah, Astarion had nightmares because what drives him and
Is
what
fear.
the freedom, but the fear of Cazador is so strong that the normal stuff that people tempt to, because that's what they also said, like temptation is a big thing.
Yeah.
In the game you're constantly tempted. Is for him that other players will not have that insight anymore with the Guardian. I think depends on if they also implement that part kinda, or if they try to romance you, or I don't know. But
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to try to romance you, but we do know that they still have the dreams, because we have seen in the panel the updated version of the dream, and like seeing Cazador for almost 3 years now with like a beard and mustache, and all of a sudden to see him clean faced is so weird.
who again?
Cazador.
Oh yeah.
'Cause,
True.
like, I don't know if you've seen him in his like old version versus his new version, but it's so drastically different. It's like seeing a heavily bearded guy suddenly just have a baby face. It's so odd.
Like Gale with his weird chunky beard that was not right.
And then suddenly having it
Oh
gone.
my god, Astarion with a
Flat
stash.
gone.
Like a 70s stash.
But now he has no beard, no mustache. His eyes are glowing, and he has what looks to be like a magical staff that has like maybe a devil or an imp on the end of it, or maybe like a vampire or something sort of body. And that was shown before disappearing from the dream. So it's like, he's got magic stuff. We know that now.
Mm-hmm. You are mine.
Yep.
Uh,
And another change would be how we deal with tadpoles from other people who have been infected. Previously, what would happen is when they die, the tadpole would crawl out of their body, and then you would have to do a couple of rolls to destroy it.
mhm.
Like crush it under your heel, crush it in your hands. But that might be completely gone now.
Oh.
Now when we run into like Evelyn and the two members of the Absolute, like really early on, who have to deal with the owlbear, now instead of the thing crawling out of him, there's just a bottle in his inventory that has a Mind Flare tadpole in it.
Aw, that's sad.
But then this goes to the tree. We have a tree now that shows our brains and a bunch of like nodes in the brain. And whenever you pick up one of these tadpoles, you get a tadpole token. And when you use this tadpole token, basically you're infesting your brain with more tadpoles to activate different powers, both passive and active, that you can use. And every time you use them, a little bit more of your mind gets turned and corrupted, and you can see the color go from like pink to a gray as things go on.
Who looks at a Mind Flayer tadpole and says, yeah, I want to put more than one of those in my brain?
Yeah, let me just
Right.
let it
Let me
crawl
just
into my eyeball.
put like 6 of these in my brain right now. We'll see how I'm doing.
Okay, I thought about if you could feel them. Because I
Yeah.
sometimes, I don't know about you guys, but I can sometimes feel my brain when I like wiggle my head. I can feel it.
No, stop,
And-
stop. Don't make me think about this.
the thing is, they are growing as well. So 6 tadpoles who are wiggling and like going through your brain.
Yeah.
Ugh. And just imagine it just like sitting on like your speech area, and just you're not being able to speak anymore and just talking gibberish or something.
Yeah, well, no, remember, like, they replace your brain matter with illicit brain matter.
Ugh. Yeah.
Like, you're not going to be stuttering for long. You're going to go back to being able to talk. You'll just be a little colder.
Like,
but they have this ring, and it starts out in the center, and then it branches out, and then whenever you go to a new node, that lights up 2 other nodes near it, and it goes all the way to the edge of your brain, and there's something like 30-something nodes, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And each one, there's like a passive one, there's an active one, and you can figure out which powers you want and how to get there. And they were telling you, like, how much are you willing to sacrifice? Are you willing to become, like, a super overpowered monster? Or, like, are you not going to use it at all? Like, how are you going to interact with these things?
Interesting. And I think it also has, like, definitely story, it's going to be story relevant how much, because if we have Ball in there, and then we have, you know, again, this kind of weird connection to it, and just using it.
At one point, the Guardian even urges you to, like, learn how to control the powers and to use them a little bit more, because you're going to need them.
Yeah, I think a little bit is going to be good. To insert more tadpoles in your brain, to make it a little bit even stronger, because that's what I said. You remember when I was like, maybe it's good to make the tadpole stronger. I know it's counterintuitive, but I think that's the exact reason why we should do it, because if games and books and things tell you very specifically something is, oh, this could be a really, really bad idea, it's like, I think that's going to be a plot point that nobody saw coming.
Too, like, when they did, towards the end of the panel, the 2 paths to get to Moonrise, where, like, one was Shadowheart and the other one was Dark Urge.
Mm-hmm.
The Dark Urge path took them to a camp that was just, like, inside of the deep parts of the Shadow Curse lands. And they had a tadpole in a jar there that interacted with us, so they knew that we were infected. But then there was also another guy there who works for the Absolute who had smuggled himself in. It's like, there's another tadpole that we could potentially get from that guy, if you were interested.
True. I'm a little bit sad that they now have the tadpoles in glasses in their inventory. That, again, the realism aspect is kind of sad. I hope we can just catch them. And if we catch them and we put them in, like, a jar, you know, that would feel more real, and that could actually happen than just, oh, now the tadpole of this guy that was in his head is now in a glass jar on his body.
You'd have to bring a few glass jars with you then.
Yeah, I mean, we find a lot. I was like, why? When I played, I was like, why do we find so many? Maybe because we can do alchemy later on. But that would make a lot of sense.
We absolutely can. Yeah. That was one thing they added. We can do dyes and, like, dyeing armor, dyeing clothing. And we can also make grenades and oils for our blades and things, kind of like The Witcher, you know, Witcher 3. We can make potions and a whole bunch of other stuff. So they did add alchemy. They added a bunch of different, like, subsets for alchemy.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And I mean, we can later make our own enchanted weapons. We kind of can already. I was able to make a sword in Gymforge.
Yeah.
But I don't think we are yet supposed to do it. I think I kind of cheated my way to the sword button.
Well, like, we can find some artificers when we go to Grimforge, they owe us a favor if we make them survive. So like they could make something if we like run into them later.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, there's a bunch of magical items and some that are even race and class specific that can come your way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But yeah, there's so much stuff they revealed. I urge everyone to just go watch it and listen to them because they revealed so much in the last panel of like even how long the cutscenes will be. It's like the whole writing is like I think 3 times all the Lord of the Rings books combined.
No, that's not what it was. There are so many cutscenes that their length is more than all of the Game of Thrones combined, and they have 1.9 million words approximately.
Yeah, but they said it's like wait, I can look that up. They did say something about
they said that the cutscenes there's so many cutscenes, it's more than the length of all of the
Game of Thrones, but they said something about Lord of the Rings. Wait, I'm gonna look that up. You guys, yeah, they did. You guys can talk more. I'm just gonna try to find that.
I'm just listening, honestly.
Yeah, it has triple the word count of Lord of the Rings. Baldur's Gate 3 has triple the word count of Lord of the Rings, and its cutscenes are twice as long as Game of Thrones. Wait, I'm gonna stop with the ads.
I mean, if you look about it, like Lord of the Rings didn't have that many. If you think about it,
Like,
I mean, even
just-
Mass Effect had 78,000.
Yeah.
Oh, it's triple. Oh, my mouse. Wait, there we go. Choo-choo. There. Yeah, but that's still. There's so many things. And again, that's why the developers who are starting drama are just being lazy. They're just like, I don't want to put that much effort. Like, what do you mean 17,000 like endings? Or
and it's like they're not
varieties.
all main endings.
No.
There are a
Yeah.
few, but there's like all combined.
But still, they don't want to do it. They don't want to put that much effort into varieties of like, oh, this person can die, then this and that can happen, and
I'm fine with 2 or 3 endings too. Like they don't have to be crazy, but like, you know, if
good
everything
endings that your
doesn't
choices actually
add up
matter.
yeah, like we want the choices to matter. We don't want one cookie cutter ending for all of the things that we've done because it might not turn out the way that they think.
It's the same thing with games being open world. Just because open world is popular, and then the world is way too big, way too much grinding. You have to go catch butterflies and do this, that. It doesn't make sense.
I kind of feel that way about the Sons of the Forest at the moment.
Yeah, it is way too big. I cannot
first
play the
game-
story. I don't. It's so
The first
big.
game, the island was just right.
Yeah.
And I think I mentioned this in the comments section of a couple of your videos, but I think the reason why you're finding a lot of monsters in the caves and stuff is because you can have up to 8 people in that game in multiplayer, and it hasn't figured out that you are a lone person.
Yeah. I think it kind of, with the patch or something like that, it felt like the last time I
Back a
played, it
little
felt
bit.
like it was a little bit more balanced.
Yeah.
But still, like I've seen one person and they couldn't even get through one cave because even throwing grenades didn't do
Too
anything.
much.
Yeah. And it's too big. I can't even find landmarks. I'm trying to do the story. It's like left and right. But that's also what Liss said with in her answer for the collab, with the map being big and you can explore a lot, but it's you have kind of your space to explore, and it's not too big. But even there,
railroaded exploring.
Yes.
Like, I can't play Skyrim because the Skyrim map is enormous and you can go everywhere and lose the plot. And I can't play games like that because it's just too overwhelming. And I have to explore every corner of the map. Like, that's just who I am as a person. And so even though this is in big open area, it's not the entire map for the whole game. It is the one area this act takes place in, and I think that's a lot more.
Wait. Sorry, guys. I in my issue, there was a mosquito on my table. I wanted to mute myself in the recording, but instead of muting myself because my brain is just sleep deprived as hell, I paused the recording while Liz was talking, so it cut her off a little bit. I'm so sorry. The mosquito's dead though. I got it.
Lena is censoring me.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. There's also the like, insofar as a map being too big, in Dragon Age Inquisition, there are these collectibles called shards, and
that sounds wrong.
Shards. And you have to go and find all of them. And some of them you can't get to very easily, and some of them are in areas that you can't reach until you're level like 15 or 16. And then by the time you reach all of them and you find all of them and you go and you open the doors that they open, it's like level 10 or 12 gear. You're so over leveled for the gear by the time you are finally able to access it.
Yeah.
Bad.
Didn't you also have to have like one of the DLC to get enough? I think you did.
I don't no, because I was able to do it without the DLC in one of my playthroughs, but I'm sure the DLC probably made it easier.
Yeah, because like the DLC with the
Avar?
No, with the jungle.
Yeah.
That one, they had a whole bunch of shards, and when I went back, that was just enough to open up that cave.
Because I played just base game the first couple times I played it, and I was able to open it with just what you can find in the base game. But it's still, the point is still that you are over leveled for the gear that you get from it, even though it's something that like you can't do until you're that higher level. And so, I think that, and so I think that having like the smaller maps and things makes it harder for that to happen, if that makes sense. Like, my example for this, always, I've said it once, I'll say it again. My dad played Dragon Age Inquisition, and he was level 15 before he left the tutorial area, basically.
Holy shit.
He saw the dragon in the hinterlands, and he wanted to beat it, and the game let him do that before he left Haven.
Yeah, you can.
And like,
that's a lot of grinding.
That's bad.
Because I think that was only like a level 5 dragon. I think. But yeah, I get you.
Yeah, I hate that too, when you get somewhere and you're like, yes, I got a really cool sword, finally, like something really cool, and it has a name, and you open it up and you see, oh, it's level 2 and you're level 7. Or even level 5. And you're, wow.
Yeah, that happened more than once in Inquisition, yeah.
Yeah, and you're just like, okay, I am still gonna have to use this sword, which is not really good, and I really want a new one, but I can't find anything.
Yep, that definitely happened. But another thing is that there are shortcuts in Baldur's Gate 3. There are shortcuts to Act 2 and other places that you don't know exist until you go further into the game, and then you're like, oh yeah, I didn't even notice that door, but yeah, if I go back and look, that door was always there. Had no idea.
I missed whole areas in the early access.
There's so much.
Yeah. The thing is, what Larian is absolutely amazing in, I have to say, is we have this, you see the map, right? And
Yeah.
it's big, but they're making even more space with the rooms and like hidden tunnels, and there's so much things you can find. Like, oh, you can go behind the waterfall, or oh, you can, you can walk right next to the river and there's things you can find, or underneath bridges instead of over bridges, whatever, you know what I mean. And or go up a ladder and then there's, like a bunk bed world. Same with like the Underdark.
Or you go to a tree and you just like look under the boughs of the tree, or you look underneath by the roots and you find a bag or something.
Yeah, exactly. And there's so many things you can find, and I really think that no one is going to find everything in their first run.
Absolutely not.
Especially
No,
like
people
now
are
in the
gonna
full version, but even with early access, I still haven't found anything. I didn't even know about the Shadow Druids.
Oh yeah,
Right?
yeah.
And that's the thing why I encouraged everybody to play the early access, because you will not, you cannot just explore everything and then be like, oh no, I want to wait for the full release because I don't want to, well, you can spoil
There's just so
yourself
much
here
you
and there, but
never
still.
knew about beforehand by never playing, so you wouldn't miss it anyways. But like now that there have been changes, you don't know what you missed.
Exactly. Yeah, with like Will again, or whatever they changed, right? Same with the Guardian Dream Lover. Like, there's so many things that you might have just now missed out on.
Yeah.
Even if they didn't make it to the game, it doesn't matter if they didn't make it to the game, because it's your experience. But do we have anything else for the panel that we wanted to talk about?
We wanted to talk about some of the new cutscenes.
Yeah, but I have 45 minutes left and we still have other things we need to cover, don't we?
Yeah.
We can cover some other stuff and then cover those afterwards.
We could see. But like, can we quickly go over the cutscenes, or is it the timestamps?
I mean, I left you the timestamps of like what they
Yeah.
were. They were very short. I figure if you want to talk about them in depth, then that should probably be like afterwards.
No, I don't think the we have so much, it will be overload for the brain, for the listeners, I think.
Did you want to go over whatever happened with the game?
You mean in early access?
No, the Blood and Baldur's Gate.
Oh yeah. Oh, but before we do that, because I think it's great to hop from the topic of how Larian handled the early access, because it's not gonna be like a super long thing. And then we can hop into the murder mystery, because it plays into how they handled early access and stuff. So I think, again, what we talked about with the passion, like the way Larian did the early access of 3 years. Yes, the Rona came in between and made it longer, but with the panels and all the effort they put in, and even when things happened in the panels, they put it in the game as a joke. Like the salami weapon, because we, as a we the community wanted the salami group. I really want to see if they made a joke or say anything about the Iceman as well. That was like a person who was making an ice sculpture of a mind flayer head that the barbarian smashed in one of the panels.
The Chillithid.
Yeah. And people were like, Iceman for romance and everything like that. It was really funny. But I think a lot of developers, again, please don't talk shit about them and just learn from them. Larian did an amazing job, in my opinion, with the early access.
That's the thing too. they made this product for a very specific group of people, and then those people told them what they wanted and what they would like changed, and they did those changes, and they listened, and then everyone, like, praised them for listening. And when a problem arose, we would tell them, and then they would get on it and change it. They were very good at listening to community feedback and being transparent with us in all of the panels as time went on.
Yeah.
And like a lot of companies don't do that. They keep everything like super tight to the chest, and you'll just get leaks every once in a while, but then like not a whole lot. But every few months they would be coming out with these panels from hell and telling us what they've achieved so far, what they still have to do, what they would like to do, changes that they've made based on community feedback, and like what they're looking forward to, and like how proud they are of what they're doing.
Yeah, and just interacting with the community and celebrating and giving back. The thing is, I think they also involved the community so much because they just putting a game in early access just so you have the excuse of having a buggy ass game out. And I never had big issues with Baldur's Gate 3 other than in the patch 9, but I think that was, I don't know, maybe only on my end. I don't think a lot of people had the issue in patch 9. It was just when it uploaded, there was an error, and I really wanted to record, so I downloaded whatever the error told me to download, put it in, but I think that, screwed up my game. But that was the only real issue. I had crashes here and there, but not much. But yeah, that was the only time when I really had big issues. But other games are unplayable, like Cyberpunk. A lot of people said it was, and that was, I think, even a full release. It's just, there's a lot of games who drop early access, but it's just actually
too soon.
Their full release, but they're like, okay, let's change some things. It's not like...
It's when a game has to have, like, stability patches after it releases. It's like, I would rather that you just released a fully stable game. Like, I don't care if I have to wait,
Yeah, or be super open and communicative about it, like, Larian was. But even then, they were just like, we are only releasing Act 1, it's not the full game. It is just this part, and it's still in development, right? And we just want you guys to, whatever, play tasks, give us, insights, but also we are going to make this whole thing like the early access experience for you.
And then they just add little things here and there every patch.
Yeah, it's not like this is the early access of our game. It was more, it felt very different than just the normal early access. In like Sons of the Forest is in early access. You can play the whole game, but it has a lot of, just as we said, it doesn't understand that I'm playing alone. There's too many monsters. There's this, there's that. When I started playing, it's a survival game, and you drink out of the river. You don't get hurt, right? And I
mean, I don't get giardia or cholera?
Yeah.
Where's my immersion?
And that's
in the
thing.
beginning, but you do get hurt now.
Yeah, that's the thing. Why do I get hurt now, months later in a survival game? In a survival
because
game
they finally
setting.
added that particular aspect to it. The same thing with like if you ate raw food before, it didn't do anything to you, but now as time goes on, they're going to like change the variable a little bit, and now if you're eating the raw food, you might get a parasite or something, and then you'll have to eat something to clear it out of your system.
But why release a survival game without the survival aspects of the game?
Because they're still working on it.
Yeah, but it's like, it's not... The Forest one was pretty good with the early access, but when it came out of early access, they're kind of started working on the Forest 2 or something like that. But it's the difference here with Larian. Yes, they didn't have the food option there, right? But the whole concept of the CRPG was there, right? You could do the basic things, or, you know, not basic, but it was just Act 1, you do this, and then they added, like, extra things, but the basic thing was there. Releasing a survival game in early access and not having these basic survival aspects in there, that's when early access becomes
weird.
Yeah, it's like, okay, how about you release 2 months later, because this isn't a full release. You can release your early access whenever you want, but make sure the survival aspect is in there. That feels more like a cash grab, and then you don't do communication or whatever, you know, what Larian did. Constantly being communication, doing these things, doing these panels, talking about what they're doing in these big kind of events to update everyone. That's what it was. They were just talking about it, showing the game, showing the progress, and taking us as the consumers with them on the journey of early access. This way we might get like a post about it on Steam, like, hey, we're adding this and this, but we don't know what's going on, right? Why wasn't this implemented first? What is next? Why is why is everything happening? But the big thing,
they're using it as a testing area, but they're not doing it the same way. They're doing it their own way, but they're not being communicative enough.
Yeah, and a lot of games don't do that. That was like my point that I wanted to make. And I think Larian did absolutely amazing in the early access, and it paid off well for them because they didn't get lucky. Like, you know, these developers say they didn't get lucky. They made 2 amazing games. Divinity Original Sin 2, a lot of people love it. It's a favorite in a lot of people's games, game collections. And that's where they made a lot of money as well, right? Because people love it. And then
they had to make a name for themselves before they were allowed to do this IP.
Yeah. And
that was their battleground. They had to prove that they could do a really good game before Wizards of the Coast would allow them to have access to Baldur's Gate 3 as a game that they could create. And they have been knocking it out of the park since.
Yeah. And the thing is that they made the whole early access into one big marketing thing. But again, genuinely, and it's like making friends, right? Networking, but actually being genuinely loving and nice. And then having somebody who just wants to climb a ladder and like walks over corpses to get where they want to go, right? And with this early access phase, they have gotten a lot of people who weren't even in their target audience. And they got more people into the game than they originally thought.
They let their passion infect other people who wanted to help.
Yeah, and got passionate as well.
I
like
mean,
a disease.
When you see somebody really, really excited about something, it's hard to not also get really, really excited about it.
Exactly. So in my opinion, they did amazing. They didn't get lucky. They put in the work, not only like in the game development-wise, but also marketing-wise with the panels and everything. It's like chef's kiss.
They started the game with around 150 people, and then they realized rather quickly they needed to balloon up, and now they're like 400 some odd people now.
Yeah. I hope
they
they
did
can
exactly
keep everyone.
what they needed to do in order to grow the game the way that they needed to grow it.
Yeah. Can't wait for DLCs. The game isn't even out.
And everybody seems pretty happy about it.
Yeah. And I don't think there might be a few people who might start a shitstorm if the game isn't as good as they imagine it to be, but I still think everybody will find a way to enjoy the game one way or another. But
I totally understand that. Like, Skyrim didn't end up being the kind of game that I thought it would be. One of my friends was telling me a whole bunch of stuff about like some of the cities and towers and things in there, and I had a completely different vision in my mind than what it actually turned out to be. And like, what you think of, it's always going to be more disappointing than what you're thinking of.
yeah, because your mind isn't.
But it's still not terrible.
Yeah. Just, you know, some people are like, it can only be this way, and if it isn't this way and it strays a little bit to the side, I'm gonna have a meltdown.
I have seen a few people comment that they don't like the current point-buy system because they took it from like Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, where certain races had bonuses to certain things, like humans had a +1 in everything, half-elves had a +2 in one thing and +1 in 2 other things, but now everyone has +2 in one thing and +1 in another. So some races are getting cucked out of things that they had before, and for some people it's a deal breaker.
Yeah, that's... I don't know. There's some things that need to be adjusted in order to make a game also work.
Yes.
But yeah, do you guys have anything to add to that, or shall we?
Very, very briefly.
Okay.
After the panel from Hell, there were a few videos that came out from like people who had been invited there and the media that was there, and I have noticed that the content creators are a lot more tight-lipped about spoilery stuff, and some of the journalists will outright give you spoilers about certain things in the game that otherwise everyone else is hush-hush about.
I think because the gamers know, again, it's the same thing with somebody who is in the scene and somebody who is not. The gamers know that that's the thrill of, you know, figuring it out yourself, and that they wouldn't want to be spoiler like that.
Right.
Because they were able to find it out in the game playing for themselves. And then for the journalists, they want people to click on their thing and like, you know, have like, oh my god, we have a big leak. But also
Sven had mentioned a couple things that he thought like a lot of people wouldn't find in a playthrough, or like maybe less than a percentage of people would find. And just in passing, casually, one of the random journalists just happened to mention that exact thing and exactly how to do it, and it's like, come on.
Yeah. The game isn't even out yet, and you spoiled like one, like...
This thing is something that Sven was saying, yeah, most people aren't going to find that. We want them to just come across it naturally. And then the journalist was just like, oh yeah, to get this exact thing, you have to do this and do that, and go here at this exact place and do this thing. And it's like...
Again, it's corruption. It's the clickbait.
Well, that wasn't even a part of their clickbait title. It just happened to come up in passing while they were talking.
Yeah, but it's, if you know it's there, it's a guide to get exactly that thing that only 1 point blah 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 % will find in the game. It will make the waves, like right now, right? People will Google it, and then they will end up on that article clicking on it, and that person will make their commission.
Yeah.
And that's, you know.
And it is annoying because it was something that Sven was taking pride in that like most people wouldn't find. Very specifically, hey, I don't think a lot of people are going to find this. And then these guys are like, hey, this is exactly how to find this. Like, come on, guys.
And I think the thing is, with these spoilers, it's like, it's not only the decision of saying it, like, oh, it was a mistake. You can always either cut it out if it's a video or something like that. You can also make sure, if you're writing it, to just not write it in there, right? It's probably reviewed
it's
like
a
a few
choice.
times. So
It's a choice.
It is a choice. Same with like YouTubers who are like, oh, I accidentally put that in my video. So like the Paul brother in the suicide forest. It's like, okay, you made a clear decision there. So same with that. It's a clear decision. Because stuff like that needs to go through reviews and you need to upload it, all of that. But yeah, I agree. That is, I don't know. Spoilers will come out.
It's a little disrespectful. It's a little disrespectful to do it immediately.
Yeah, it is. And it's like, let him talk about it, right? It's like the same with like, somebody got a good grade or, I don't know, like some good news, like, oh my god, I have this cool thing,
It's
and like somebody else.
When a family has a baby and you tell somebody not to tell everyone else in the family, and then an hour later, everyone in the family is trying to call you about the baby.
Oh my god, or having a wedding and then somebody does a
Yeah.
proposal at your wedding. Or it announces their pregnancy at your wedding.
Yeah, it's just rude and disrespectful.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Yeah, I think murder mystery. Little thing about it. Again, really cool thing. They gave us another game, tiny game, but cool game. It was free. It was a browser game, and it was leading up to the panel from hell to reveal something to us. Thing is, me and Liz, we did not keep up with it that much. We tried, but you know, life, busy.
Life,
Yeah, and brain on my part. Sometimes I just forgot to check it. And then, you know, it piles up. You're like, okay, I have 3 days I need to read through. Let me do it later. And then you never do it.
every day.
Yeah. But Mizu has kept up with it and was very active in it too. So
where we left off,
we are being carried right now, hardcore. So everybody, like, thank you so much, Mizu.
Claps for me
Yeah.
too.
Thank you.
I use push to talk, so I'm hitting my knee. Oh, I hit my reaction thing.
We heard you. We heard you clap.
where we left
you.
off in the last podcast was just before going to check out the origin of the dagger that we had found. And we have had a lot of places to vote to go to, but eventually we all went to the Trident Lane, where it was a weaponsmith, and we found out that the dagger was not made there, but that a month prior, the gravedigger had come in and had asked for a dagger to be made for rituals and bloodletting. And we were told that that type of dagger could have been purchased at one of two locations, which was Sorceress Sundries or East Side Expeditions. And we had 3 different missions that were leading us to Sorceress Sundries at that point, so we went that direction. And when we got there, we showed them the dagger, and they told us that they had sold that dagger, but they had sold it to a white-scaled dragonborn sorcerer. And at this point, the only dragonborn that we had any idea of was the one in the cemetery. So we were trying to figure out if that actually was his dagger or not, because he told us that he'd never seen it before in his life, but like the corpses can lie.
Ooh, I don't like that.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But yeah, it didn't appear to be the gravedigger, it appeared to be this second victim. So it was kind of confusing. He had been apparently killed with his own dagger. And so, like, we were kind of at a dead end at that point. But then we went to check out the Harborside Hospital again, the mortuary. And we talked to the mortician this time around. And she had told us, through tears, that she had been selling like the bodies and pieces of bodies to that flaming fist guard that we ran into when we went back to the scene of the crime. And that led us to the Shrine of Suffering, which is a place that he had been hanging out. And we talked to a few people there. And one of those people was the wife of the tiefling supplier who had been giving monster meat and other things to the butcher. And apparently she was like really good friends with that particular flaming fist guard, so like she was a little bit angry at us when we were there. And we had the option to go talk to her at her home, but we ended up going to a different location, and that became unavailable to us afterwards. We went to the Flaming Fist Tower, which was the sea tower of Baldur, and we had a altercation of sorts with that Flaming Fist guard. He was like super angry and stuff. And he had told us that he found the killer, the murderer, who had killed the butcher from a few days prior, who also happened to have the same murder weapon as the first victim from Insight Park. We hadn't really investigated that particular spot yet, so we didn't know like what the murder weapon was until a little bit later. When we did find out eventually, there was no possible way that it could have been the tiefling guy who was the murderer, but we didn't have that information at the time to sort of tell that guard that he was wrong. So he went and arrested the tiefling, and he brought him to the tower while we went to Insight Park finally to sort of get an idea of what was going on with the first victim, because at that point we still hadn't done it yet. And what we had found out was that magic was used, not a weapon, to kill the first guy. Somebody had used magic to wrap thorns and vines and bushes and things around the first victim, and he was sliced to death by like 1,000 cuts of little thorns.
Ew. That sounds brutal.
Oh yeah. We also found a small slip of paper from the counting house that seemed to be like a betting tab. And that was like the next big thing that we were thinking about going to do, like go to the counting house, find out more information about this guy. But instead, we went home and there was this dude just waiting for us at our house. And we had previously gotten a letter down at Canary Lane, and it was the murderer. The murderer was at our house, and he just sort of gave us a little threat. And he gave us like a couple of days of warning before we were going to get murdered, essentially. So, you know, cocky guy. And he left, and when we went into our house finally, we noticed that a couple things were missing. Like he had gone into our house and taken some stuff. But we didn't really have a whole lot of time to deal with that, because shortly after we got a letter from Drusilla. And Drusilla wanted us to come down to her place again at the docks. And when we went there, she was like really shaken up, because when she was clearing barnacles off of the bottom of her boat, she noticed there was like a bloody handprint on the side of her boat. And it appeared to be a Dragonborn's handprint. And as we went like below to take a look at things, we found more evidence of handprints and things. And we found the entrance to an underground passageway that went into the sewers, with this other bloody handprint next to it that belonged to a dragonborn. And it's like, this guy keeps coming up over and over again, even though he's dead. And we were like really confused about that. He's been dead for 10 or 11 days at that point. No, even more days than that at that point. He'd been dead for almost, it was the 19th, 20th, yeah, about 11 days. He'd been dead for 11 days at that point. But his stuff was still showing up everywhere. And so we took that knowledge and we went back to the Sea Tower of Baldur because we wanted to talk to the guard and try to talk to the tiefling and like figure out what was going on. But when we got there, we found out that he was dead. And not just dead, he was frozen to death. He had been put into a sea cell, so it was like out in the water, and he was just frozen in a solid block of ice.
Damn.
He got better.
Yeah.
He did not get better. So then we went to the Blushing Mermaid, and we talked to a few people there, and they had stated that they thought that the Flaming Fist Guard was actually having an affair with the Tiefling supplier's wife. And we went around and we looked, and yeah, those two were definitely having an affair. Like 100% they were having an affair. So that was the reason why the guard had taken him into custody as the murderer, so that he had a reason to get rid of the husband, so that the other two could like have their illicit love affair without any interruption from the husband.
Her husband?
And then he just, yeah, and he just so happened to get murdered in the tower with the other Flaming Fist guards.
Oof.
And they were thinking that maybe the killer had pretended to be one of the Flaming Fist guards in order to get access to him to freeze him to death.
Okay.
That checks out.
Yeah. So then, like the next day when we went back, we were told that that particular guard was going on a sabbatical because like he had apparently like finished up the murder. Like we know who the murderer was. It was the tiefling guy, and he murdered the first guy, and he murdered the butcher, and he found that all out. So now he was going to get to go on a nice vacation, and he was going to take the guy's ex-wife with him. Yep.
Wow, that is so nice of him to give her a vacation so that way she had somewhere private to mourn her husband. That is so thoughtful of him.
Right.
So thoughtful. So thoughtful. But unfortunately, we did not get to go to the counting house. Instead, we got to go back to Insight Park and have a vision given to us by the druid there, because he apparently would do prophecies based off of the bark of one of the trees there.
Okay.
And in the prophecy, it was us. And we were running down the street being chased by a bunch of Flaming Fist guards while they were holding up a wanted poster of our faces. And we're just running down the street trying to get away from them. But one
That
thing
reminds
we
me
noticed,
of Baldur's Gate 1.
Yeah. But what we noticed was that our shadow was wrong. And our shadow was a Dragonborn's shadow.
Okay.
So they can shapeshift, but their shadow will be like, don't. It won't shapeshift with them.
Right.
Is your coffee worn off by now, Lena?
Yeah. I'm fighting.
Lena, go bed.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to bed soon.
After the
I'm gonna go
podcast.
night.
Yeah, I'm no. Imagine just like.
Don't worry, we're almost done because
Yeah.
we only had like the next day, and then we had our finale. So the next day, we decided to go back to the cliffside because we wanted to talk to the gravedigger again, because she still wanted to get one of these daggers. We needed to find out why she wanted to get one of the daggers, even though it apparently was the other guy who got it. We wanted to talk about the body again. But when we got there, went to go speak with her, she talked about how everyone has like their different gods, but instead of gods, she called them sky devils. So everyone has their own sky devil, whatever, you
Interesting.
pray to them. And just as we were finishing up talking to her, the guy who showed up to our house appeared again. And he was over by one of the cliff sides, and he was inviting us to go to the river veins. And the river veins was the place where the Dragonborn had been killed and pushed into the river and left for their body to float out towards the sea. So that was a very much no situation. I definitely did not want to go to the river veins.
Yeah.
Can't
Especially
imagine
'cause
why.
everybody was killed near water or near the river.
Mm-hmm. Then we got another message from Drusilla. And so we went back to the docks to go talk to Drusilla, but her boat was not there. Her boat was further out into the water than normal, so we had to take a little rowboat to get out there. And when we finally reached her boat, she was dead.
Nice.
Except
Never
she
fails.
wasn't.
Oh.
Except she wasn't. Yeah, see, you remember, like, she had this little urn with
God.
her that she was always talking to her sister and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Apparently that was a soul jar. So her sister was literally there. And when Drusilla was killed, her sister entered her body and forced her into the soul jar so she could talk to us one last time. And she had told us about the person who had killed her, and that they had gone down into the underwater alley sort of place, like where the handprints were before. And she begged us not to go down there. And there was a note that was left to us that told us, like, hey, come down here. You absolutely have to come down here. I'm like egging you on. You have to come down and chase me now because I've done something that hurt you. And that was left beside another little note that was saying, by the way, I've made sure that you are incriminated in the death of this person. Ooh. And when you sort of looked around, you noticed that all of the things that you have been missing over the last little while are on her boat. So, the stuff that was missing from your house, on the boat. The lucky rabbit's foot that you lost when you were chasing Magpie, on the second day, on the boat. And you also heard a bunch of flaming fist guards making their way out to your boat.
Ooh.
And at that point, you had to make a decision. Are you going to run or are you going to stay? Because as far as they're concerned, you killed this lady. So the community, as a whole, popped the invisibility potion, slipped into the water, and got away.
Makes sense.
But now, we had one last choice. And this was down to the wire. And I will explain how. We had the river veins that we could go to, which is where the guy with the top hat that was at our house decided he wanted us to go. There was the passage underneath the city, which the other main murderer
Wait,
guy...
Just a second. sorry everyone, again me. I'm just cutting everybody off. No, my son tried to get into the room and like talk, so I had to pause real quick. But yeah, sorry. Continue.
We had the top hat guy who was ushering us towards the river veins. We had the guy who killed Drusilla, who was trying to usher us to the underground passageway as a taunt. We had our house at Lockheed Street, and that was like, that's the first place the Flaming Fist is going to look because all your stuff is there. And then we had the Sewer Keep, which was a place where we could talk to some people from the Thieves Guild, and they were supposed to like get us out of trouble with the law for a while. We had to lay low. And this was like the last big choice that we had before the finale. And the day of the finale, it was down to 37% for the Sewer Keep, 37% for the underground passage, 3% for our house, and then everything else that was left over was for the river veins. And it wasn't until the last 5 minutes before the last change that it went from 37% to 38% for the Sewer Keep, which was absolutely crazy. It was in a dead heat for the entire time.
Oh my god. I think I saw that.
But it was like the only thing that made logical sense. You had the place with the one murderer trying to lure you in, a place where the guy who was his master was trying to lure you in, your house that they're going to check first, or the Thieves Guild that was going to help you stay out of trouble with the law for a little bit and lay low. So it was like a no-brainer. So eventually you go to the Sewer Keep after they updated it, and you start going with the Thieves Guild, and like you're talking to them about this guy and what he was doing. And they're like, okay, well, like, we know the underground passages, we can try to help you out. And so half of the guys go one way, and then you and the leader, who's like a hobgoblin, you go the other way. And then all of a sudden there's this rat, and this rat starts making like a racket, and you've got this little animal charm, so you're like, okay, hold on for a minute, I'm just going to talk to this rat. And the guy's just like, oh, all right, fine, whatever. So you talk to the rat, and the rat's like, there's danger, follow me. And you follow the rat into this like little dirty area, and you see a manhole cover that has sliced in half the exact guy you've been walking with for the last couple of hours.
Ew.
And then you look behind you, and you see a sinister smile on that guy's face. And you realize, oh shit, he's been replaced.
Haha.
And
I do have been bamboozled.
Haha.
And so your character starts to run. And run, and run, and run, and run. And eventually, you run through this curtain of bones. And you trip, and you see a whole bunch of bodies. And you realize rather quickly that you have run right into this guy's lair. And shortly after, you get stabbed in the brain.
Beautiful.
I mean, were we using that?
Apparently not. But yeah, you get stabbed right in the head, and you fall to the ground, unable to move. And you look up, and you see the little dude with the top hat, and you see a white dragonborn with a dagger. And it was at that moment I realized, haha, silly me, why would there only be one dragonborn? Like, there's only going to be one in the entire city.
True. Or
So,
it
there was
actually...
a second dragonborn.
Maybe it isn't a dragonborn, but it also shapeshifted into the dragonborn.
Well, I don't know for sure. But we saw it as a Dragonborn. And it murdered the crap out of us.
And
We were
that's
fine.
when we got the dark urge.
And then it left with this little dude with the top hat on his back. And that was introduced to us as the Dark Urge. A completely optimized character creation thing that you can do that actually has a backstory, but we don't know what it is. And neither does he or she.
We know it's
Because you can make
dark.
it any race, any class, and do whatever you want with it.
It is very cool, but if you are not into gore, do not play the Dark Urge. They also said, you know, if you're not into, it can get really gory,
Dark Urge
disgusting.
is the most brutal.
Yeah.
half.
You can
If you
resist
decide to play
it, but they did show a scene where they reworked the whole Gale scene, and to meet Gale, he reaches out of the portal and you can, you know, grab his hand and get him out of there. But the Dark Urge can fantasize about things, but the thing is, they become truth. Like, maybe they're in a, like, murderous, meditative state when they go into it.
He blacks out and does exactly what he daydreams.
Yeah. There's some part that goes absolutely batshit crazy, and then you just see Gale's hand laying on the ground, being bitten
It is
off.
an item, by the way.
I mean, most beautiful. Maybe you can give it back to him and say, I'm sorry,
Now you
dude.
can hold his hand and not worry about him thinking about Mister the whole time.
His hand is an item that you can use after that.
I want
Can I beat somebody up with it? That's an improvised melee weapon, right?
Yeah, you can throw
Yeah, you're
Gale's
not wrong.
hand at people.
Or maybe it's a magical focus or something, you never know.
Also, I moved stuff around, but moving stuff around meant 5 instead of 5:30. So
Okay.
I gotta go as soon as possible.
Okay, so we have, I think, like 2 minutes, 5 minutes? Is that fine? Just wrapping it up?
Yeah.
Okay, because with the Dark Urge is, you know, another origin character, amazing, and knowing we can murder everybody is, I mean, having all these different ways of being able to play the game is amazing, and the hype is astronomical everywhere around the world. The hype is astronomical, and people are watching videos. They are writing about it, more artwork, more memes, especially about the bear. Baldur's Gate was on Twitter trending. I see a lot of people getting ready. They're freaking out about which class they want to play. Everybody is getting ready, and it's just amazing to see. And we are so ready to get our hands on the game. And when, like, for us, for the future of the podcast, we are gonna take time to play the game. Mizu is gonna get the game 1 month later than us, so we will just play the game a little bit, and then we might come back. Like, I say might because that's in the future, and it is, we are kind of agreeing upon coming back, and we want to have guest episodes and get other people on the podcast. We also had people approach us and ask if they could be a live guest, so we are looking into, you know, doing that as season 2. We will see how, you know, how the podcast will keep up. Maybe we're not going to do monthly episodes, maybe we're going to do like every 2 months or whatever, whenever we have time. We will see. But yeah, that is the future that we see. But for now, we just want to say thank you so much if you have been a listener to the podcast. As of now, we are immensely grateful. This podcast has been an amazing experience, I think, for all of us. I really enjoyed it. I loved it. I loved having, you know, I learned a lot as a noob in D&D and having these amazing people here to talk to. And it has been amazing. This has been an amazing experience that elevated the early access period and the period that we didn't get any more updates for me, and I think a few people as well. But yeah, if you have listened to every single episode, you're the real MVP. Thank you so much. And yeah, excitement. I'm gonna do a little self promo here. Sorry, cheeky, but I'm gonna be streaming Baldur's Gate 3 from the 3rd till like 7 days in a row every day for as long as I can go. If you can't watch the streams and on Twitch and chat and do that, I'm also gonna upload them on YouTube. Do you guys have anything you wanna, like, are you gonna do streams? Are you gonna do episodes somewhere?
I'm not going to do streams, but I'm definitely going to have YouTube videos of my playthroughs. I'll probably have multiple playlists for them as time goes on.
Yes. Go.
My first one is going to be completely blind.
Go follow Mizu. I'm gonna link her YouTube channel in the description. And also go follow Liz on Twitch. I'm very sure she's gonna stream the game.
I'm gonna have at least so I'm gonna stream it myself when I play, and then my friend that I play Nancy Drew with on Tuesdays right now, as soon as we beat the last Nancy Drew game, we're gonna do a playthrough of it together as well.
Hell yeah. So the links are all gonna be in this description. Please follow them. Again, if you wanna, also watch the live streams, also follow me on Twitch. But if you can just follow this YouTube channel as well. You're gonna see the episodes. But go follow Mizu, go follow Liz. Thank you guys so much for an amazing season 1 of the Hive Minds podcast. Thank you everybody who joined us in the collab today. All the amazing creators are also gonna be listed in the description down below for you to be able to follow them if you do not do that already. Yeah, thank you so much. I'm amazing. I can't wait. So thank you so much, and with that, I would say we're all gonna click venture forth and gonna continue our journey into Baldur's Gate 3. Hell yeah. So, thank you so much. Bye!
Bye-bye, guys!
Bye!